Yes, karibuni. Yeah, karibuni to our second show. Yeah, I just monitored your second show just ended around an hour or so ago. And I want us now to dive deep into what is happening in the country. Na some of ile maujinga nasikia watu wa Ruto wakisema, and I don't know why we should be thinking like a real nation. Ati sababu watu walikufa wakati wa Moi, sababu watu walikufa wakati wa Kibaki, sababu watoto walikufa wakati wa Uhuru, ni sawa watoto kukufa wakati wa Ruto. What type of reasoning is that? I thought every incident is a learning incident. Yeah, I remember when I was in school, ama ile wakati nilikuwa mwanafunzi, my professors used to, this is what our professors used to tell us. Walikuwa wanatuambia, these are the mistakes which were done by people who came before you. And because all these are the issues which arose from the people who came before you. And they want you to know those issues so that during your time or during your moment, those issues you are not going talking about the same issues which other people handled. And that is why it is lazy and stupid when people say, hata wakati wao mapresident wengine watoto walikufa, munauliza Ruto nini? That one is lazy. Kids died. We expected there was a learning lesson. Something was implemented. We cannot keep on saying that watoto waendelee kukufa. Ruto regime was unable to learn from Uhuru regime. You don't blame a previous regime per se, especially on critical issues, on issues which to some extent those people had no control about, on issues which are non-policy, on disaster and other issues. What you do, you try to learn from them and you try now to come up with a measure. Otherwise, this concept of waiting to learn from your own experience is what is taking us here now. Our parents are shouting and lamenting that they took their kids only to die in school. It is pathetic. Losing your kid in school, especially, na tusijulize hao watoto walikufa namna gani. A big fire at night, mutajua. And there are some other things which we have also to look into place. Sabotage, or hii ni moto artificial. Hii ni moto pengine watoto, kuna mtu alitaka tu kuchoma watoto because they want to divert us. Those are some of the things which we have now to start analyzing. Hii mioto ya Kenya mashule, is it genuine fire? The other day niliwaonesha story ya firefighting here. Sijui kama kuna mtu aliona hiyo kasho yangu kidogo. I had gone to see the way they were teaching watoto wa miaka 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 how to do firefighting. And one of the firefighter guy was telling us that their response time is 1 minute. And they always fight fire all the time, but they rarely get incidences. So those are the things which I want us now to evaluate, because does it mean that our schools have no capacity to fight fire? As a structural engineer, when we are building those houses which are big, by the way, I'm just trying to give, when we are building those houses which are big, houses which have high occupancy, schools, hospitals, in every floor tunaekanga hose hapo, na pia kuna kuanga na assembly point ya fire hydrant pale, in case moto ishuke pale mnaweza tokezea, emergency exit, all those things. Because like some of the stories I was hearing from those schools, like huyo mtoto ambaye who is recovering, she was like saying like all the corridors were on fire. Whichever the case, there must be an emergency exit. Then kitu ingine, kwani hizi manyumba zetu hazina fire alarm. I'm expecting if there is a fire, within the first 1 minute of fire, lazima hiyo nyumba king'oa ianzie kulia to sensitize people. You want to tell me up to now our schools do not have fire sensors? It would be a disaster. It would be a disaster if our schools do not have fire sensors, especially these boarding schools where we are housing thousands and thousands of students. It would be a disaster. Yeah, if they do not have fire alarm. But I don't think Kenyans can be this crazy or this lazy. We are not going to have fire alarms. For me, I feel there was something to do with the sabotage on all these things. Mimi hii moto naona ni kuwakishwa iliwakishwa by somebody who was having his own intentions. So wacha tuone hii utumishi shule. Sahii hawa ndio wanajuanga kuongea sana when disasters have happened. That's when now the media and these government people wanaanzia kutokezea sijui kusema we regret, we do what, tunapitisha pole. How do you pitisha pole on something which has brought a life-changing event on somebody? It is disastrous, it is bad. And then unaanzia kuona sasa hawa akina this the governor of nini here, sasa wanakuja kuanzia kujifanya ipi the way. Why did they not react to issues promptly? It's absurd. It's absurd the way we take the life of human beings so casually. I'm so frustrated by the black man on response. I don't know if it's an issue of us black people, but it is absurd that sisi hatujiwezi, like when it comes to disaster response, help, we are not there. The only place where we can congregate and we can do things in unison and in speed is when we are stealing, is when we are lying. It's absurd. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, it is a sad day today that we woke up with the sad news of a fire incident at this school, Utumishi Senior School.
Why is this saying that it's a sad day today? You should not be telling us it's a sad day today. You should be telling us as the government, like whether moto ilichipuka usiku wa manane kukikucha, what help were those kids given? Because that one will tell us if other kids in other schools, whether they are safe or not. And that is what I need to hear from these idiots, from these bastards. After the fire broke in that school, can they document for us the help which was brought? Lakini wasikuja kutuambia it's a sad day. It's a sad day of my foot. Can you tell us, after the fire broke in that school, because somebody must have seen that fire, can you recount for us the response mechanism? Otherwise, we cannot be doing knee-jerk reactions on very critical issues in our society. So I'm expecting this minister to account for us the steps which were done to put into stabilization, to calm down the situation and to bring down the fire. Si ati story tunaonyeshwa ndo imeisha yote. Let's see. The reason why nimeweka hiyo statement, because I want us to try to follow him. We need to monitor him at what level they brought help. That is what I want us to monitor. What level, what time, ilikuwa imefika wapi by the time the government is getting involved. That is where I want us to get. Sio story ya kukuja kuramenta hapa kama idiots.
Where at about 12:45 a.m. a fire broke out in one of the dorms on the second floor of that particular dorm. And the dorm is completely destroyed with a lot of injuries to our learners. And unfortunately, we lost some of our learners in that incident. I'm going to give you those figures. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular school has a total girls population of 815 girls. At the time of the incident, the girls that were in school were 808. 7 of the girls were at home for various reasons. Out of the 808 girls, 79 were injured and taken to the hospital. They were treated, and 71 of them were discharged. We have 7 currently admitted, and 1 has been picked by the parent from the hospital. Out of that number of 808, we have 16 fatalities whose identities will be identified. The process of accounting will be taking place with our investigators. It's an unfortunate incident. At the time of the fire, responses were received from our security agencies, and we'll be talking more about it, from SDU, KDF, County Fire Brigade, and the Kenya Red Cross, among others. The response teams, of course, managed to put out the fire by about 3 a.m., but by then the damage had already been done. We currently have our CSI in place from the DCI headquarters, who are processing the scene, with, of course, a view of identifying all the victims. Investigations are ongoing, and there's a hotline number 1199, to which we'll be asking the parents to keep reporting, especially those who might have left with their kids when they came earlier. And that hotline number will also be available for counseling. That is the current status of the event. We'll be releasing the learners who are here present with their parents in the course of the day, and we'll continue briefing you on the process of the investigations and the outcome. I take this opportunity to pass, on behalf of the minister and myself, our condolences to the families, and continue wishing those who are injured quick recovery. Thank you.
So perhaps you believe what could be the possible cause of the fire?
Investigations are ongoing, but the identification of the cause of the fire is not yet identified. We'll be able to give that information once the investigation is complete. But I allow my learned cabinet colleague here to say a word or two on the governor, then we can respond to your questions.
Police are tonight investigating suspected arson in the deadly fire tragedy at Utumishi Girls Senior School in Gilgil that has left at least 16 students dead. Investigators have detained at least 10 learners to assist with the probe into the midnight inferno that gutted part of a dormitory block. Families mourn and survivors recount terrifying moments. Fresh details are now emerging about what may have happened in the minutes before the fire broke out. Let's now cross live to NTV senior reporter Ibrahim Karanja, reporting live from Gilgil. Ibrahim, not a very good evening tonight. What is the latest?
Well, Ben, indeed, not a very good evening at all. This has been a very heartbreaking day for the past about 18 hours since when news broke out that fire had broken out here at Utumishi Girls Senior School. It has been a roller coaster of emotions from morning when parents were coming to this particular school. None of the parents, the more than 800 learners who are at school at that particular time knew the news they were coming to receive about their children. All of them had learned either from media or from WhatsApp groups of the school that there was a problem in the school, that fire had broken out in the school, but there was no further information. So you can imagine, from different parts of the country, parents were all using different means of transport to try and get to Gilgil to establish the fate of their children. They knew there was fire. They knew some of them had lost lives, but none of them knew about the fate of their own. Now, that is why I'm saying it has been a roller coaster of emotions, because for those who got here and were lucky enough to find their children safe, or even at least injured but alive, you could see the relief on their faces. We found some of them in different corners of this particular area praying with their children, even as they drove back home. Then there is the unfortunate group, the group that has not known the whereabouts of their children up to this very minute. More than 16 parents who are waiting to be told, because look, they have not seen their children. Their fellow parents have gone home with their children. These ones have not seen theirs, but then again, they also have not identified the bodies. In fact, the pathologists are saying that the bodies are charred and some are burnt beyond recognition. So they will have to wait longer, perhaps even to tomorrow or the day after, for the DNA process to finally have a conclusion that, look, my daughter is no more, or my daughter is somewhere, perhaps. But the latest that we are getting now, in fact, this is information coming some few minutes before we went on air, is that the number of girls currently being investigated and being detained, because there are girls detained by the police, because the police believe that this is arson. This fire was on purpose. The number is 29 girls. Actually, yeah, close to 30 girls who have been detained at the school administration and will be spending the night in there, even as they are asked questions by investigators on what they know about this. We also know, as a matter of fact, that more girls have been recalled back. These are girls who had already been released to their parents, have now been ordered to come back to school, because it appears that it's becoming bigger and the number could even be higher. So some of them who perhaps thought were off the hook and were released to their parents are now being recalled back. Of course, the administration and the police have already communicated to the parents, and we may expect that number to be higher even tomorrow. And even as authorities give us more information on what happened here at Utumishi. But it is a tragedy today, a tragedy that led to the deaths of learners, but also of parents. A mother who was driving to school to find out the fate of their child got into a tragic road accident and lost their lives. Unfortunately, that is the weight of what happened at Utumishi tonight. And this is a story I prepared throughout the day regarding what happened here at Utumishi Girls Senior School, Ben.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
At least 10 students are being held by police as investigators pursue the possibility that the deadly fire at Utumishi Girls Senior School in Gilgil may have been an act of arson. The fire, which claimed the lives of at least 16 students, broke out shortly after midnight inside the school's Melin Oidea dormitory block. Students who survived say it is routine for security lights inside the dormitories to be switched off every night at exactly 10 minutes past 10. By the time screams rang out from the dormitory, some students who checked their watches say it was already around 10 minutes past midnight. Investigators are also examining claims that the affected dormitory had been locked from the outside at the time the fire started. Only the upper floor of the Melinwe dormitory, known as Stanford, was consumed by the flames. The lower floor, known as Oxford, was not affected by the fire. Even as investigations continue, questions are emerging over whether pressure surrounding upcoming examinations may have played any role in the incident. Mid-term examinations at the school are scheduled to begin next Tuesday, June the 2nd. Although investigators have not established any direct connection between the exams and the fire. The tragedy now adds to a growing pattern of student unrest. across schools in Gilgil during the second term. Authorities are now under pressure to explain the apparent escalation of unrest in schools within the sub-county as grieving families continue to seek answers following one of the deadliest school fire tragedies in recent years. Following the tragedy, a total of 69 students were rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital in Elementaita with various injuries, some suffering fractures, while others sustained burn injuries. 62 of them were treated and discharged. The remaining 7 were transferred to hospitals in Nairobi for specialized treatment. In a separate tragedy linked to the incident, a parent of one of the students died following a road accident at Kikope while traveling to the school to check on her child. Although her daughter survived the fire, the mother died on the spot after the vehicle she was traveling in collided with the trailer. Her husband survived the crash and is currently receiving treatment in hospital. As investigations continue, with authorities hoping to establish the exact cause of the fire, who might have lit it up, and whether there were signs that could have been avoided. The families of the 16 continue to mourn, even as detectives continue to question at least 10 learners who are still under investigations and assisting with these investigations. Ibrahim Karanja, NTV from Utumishi Girls Senior School.
Yeah, I want us to react from there. And BBM Karibu Sana, that is Brother Benson.
Thank you so much.
I have so many questions to ask. Number one, some people are claiming that the issue of fire is not only coming on this regime alone. Other regimes, they also hand their equal share of it. So the first question which I'm asking, does it mean that because people died in the previous regime on unavoidable circumstances, in your regime, it is normal for people to die so that you can also get that first-hand experience rather than wanting to learn from the experience of others? So that is one thing which I want us to explore. The next thing from the video is that and I don't know who is telling them that the fire broke at 12:45, but let's take that hypothetical that the fire broke at 12:45. The minister has claimed that the fire was put out at 3 or by 3. I don't know if it is at or by 3, meaning that we had 2 hours, 15 minutes to fight with the fire. Question: what would be left in fighting fire for over 2 hours? Fighting fire for over 2 hours. That's what you're saying. Third, he did not account on what the government did with the fire or what any response agencies did with the fire. He just said that the fire was put out by 3. He didn't say, because what actually matters and counts is methodological steps which you do while people are in anguish and pain, that time when people are being burnt. Like I wanted to hear him accounting our efforts saved this number of people. I'm not hearing such an issue. So like this is a ministry or a people who do not understand how to respond to a disaster. They are not talking about how many people they saved in that incident. What's wrong with our country, BBM? You want to tell me that sisi incident ikitokezea pahali, we go to count the deaths, but we cannot be able to account what we were able to do and to actually save life? Out of those 16 people, could they have been able to do something?
Okay, Mr. Njiru, thank you so much for the opportunity. There's something that we've normalized as a country, especially when something outrageous happened. We will say it happened on the previous regime also, and so it's doing that. Why not that? When such like incidences happen, it should be a learning experience, especially for the whole country, and even for the relevant authorities that are given the mandate to oversee such like departmental, all those areas. Remember, when the one that happened in Njeri, in Darasha, in Darasha or what? Remember that there was one that happened in Njeri. You know, what did we learn from there? You know, and and what did we do? Because we learn from such like incidences. Now, what are the safety measures that have been put in place, especially like private schools who are offering these services? First of all, we have to look at the safety measures. Then how are we dealing with disaster immediately it happens? Now, come to that school. You look at where are the exit points in case of emergency? Where are the exit points? Do we have smoke detectors? You know, did these children or the school at large, do they do fire drills with the children that in case it happens, how are they going to evacuate? I was listening to this young lady who said that they are in cubicles and they are in cube 6. I saw that. And when they are trying to move, the fire was already on the way where they evacuate. So they had to go through the window and jump. So which means if you are in the higher floor, apart from the main door that you are exiting with, which other exit do you have? You know, now come to disaster management. When issues like this happen, how are you going to deal with it? You know, when you look at our council, they usually say they do have the firefighters. Where are these firefighters? These firefighters are usually on county headquarters, and it takes them time even to reach the school. And that brings us to the question that you ask: what did they do from the 2 hours? At what time did the firefighters or the fire vehicles reach the place, and what did they do? Yeah. So we've failed, and even this administration has failed, including the ministry. First of all, one of their failures, and I want to bring to you and share with you one of the way they failed, and they failed like this. When such incidents happen, how do you make sure that you keep the parents calm and at the same time have a better way of communicating with them? No counselors were put in place at that particular moment in time. There was a poor communication and no protocol at the academy on how they're talking to the parents, you know. And what did that one do? That one left confusion. Yeah, you saw a parent who, after waiting for almost 7 good hours, you know, now he had to go even to disrupt the press that was being done by the DIG. And you saw him also going the other side to access on now just to get the information about the daughter. So that's how I would say they fail.
Yule binti yako ana shati?
Yeah, yule ana shati kwa sababu you do not have a very good information. You know, as a parent, Njiru, if you get such like information, you will act that way. And what do the people in charge should do? They should find a way of how to comfort you, you know, and how to have those communication so that people should, you know, so that the parents would even feel like, okay, these people are making some sense. But if that is not there, what do you expect? You expect chaotic environment. Secondly, let's come to the facilities and the guidelines that have been put down by the Ministry of Education. Who approved this in terms of windows? And so somebody should take a responsibility. This idea of if something happens, you blame another administration is not going to bring these ladies who have lost their lives. Is that somebody is sleeping on the job? It happened in Nyeri. What did we do? Did we learn anything from Nyeri? Instead of blaming the previous administration for President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, what did you do? So this thing squarely lies on the responsibility of the government, and they should take the responsibility, including those who approved for those classes without the exit or without the fire extinguishers. So that is what I can say, Mr. Njiru.
I can see the news zimefika mpaka CNN sasa. Anyway, Stone PK karibu. Nataka kukukaribisha with a very serious ask, because sometimes when I look at this thing, utumishi, I'm double sure it is in reference to ile ingine tulikuwa, I think utumishi ni ya jeshi, ni ile shule ya jeshi, zile mashule za Nakuru za jeshi, right?
Yep.
Yeah, nilikuwa nasikia sijui hizo mashule sijui lazima. So kuna kitu nauliza, milango ilikuwa imefungwa, and I don't know why, like me, I finished high school without seeing dormitories crossed.
Yes.
Mimi nilisoma high school yote kwanza, hata mlango yetu I don't know, but maybe I can start to ask that question. Has it reached that time? Because personally, me, I know this is sabotage, but I don't want to go in that line of sabotage. Nataka, me personally, I feel hii moto ni ilirushwa huko for something. And but Stone PK kuna kitu nauliza, has it reached the time whereby tukue tunajenga madomitori bila milango? That's what I feel.
Stone, yuko kweli?
Go ahead.
There's George. Oh, Stone PK is back.
Thank you, Njiru and BBM host. Okay. I don't know who that is, but Barigani, and then Kip. I see you just popped in. Njiru.
Kuna mama yake. Okay, go ahead.
For me, that is not where I would begin from. Whether or not we should have dormitories with or without windows, or with or without doors. Because for me, my own perspective is that this is a systemic failure. And I would begin by posing a question. Njiru, you are in the US, I hope. Why do you stop at a stop sign for traffic, even when you are alone? For those of you who may not have been in the US, that's what happens. Even you are driving alone, unafika kwa stop sign, unasimama.
Even at midnight.
Even at midnight, you are alone. Why do you do that? And then number two, we will answer those as we go. And I'm coming to your question of doors or no doors. Number two, why is it that in some of those countries, kila nchi ina nini zake? Why is it that in some of those countries or communities, law and order is paramount? From how you keep your yard in the American language in yard, Kenyan language in the compound. Yani ka compound kako, that there is so much discipline that hata kitu ikimea vibaya, you have to take that responsibility. Failure to do that, you have dire consequences. Why is it that some of these communities have been able to instill that level? I'm not saying they're 100%, but that level, Njiru, whereby garbage yako unatoa kwa you are, I don't know what language to use, but you are so conscious that kanjo inapita on Tuesdays and you must pull out your garbage bucket from your compound to where it's supposed to be for the kanjo to collect. What am I trying to say? Let me come now closer to school. Why is it that, for example, in these countries, a school bus, number one, is distinct. Thank God in Kenya, Matiang'i brought that. And these are some of the things we really want to accolade the people for. And of course, remember when that was brought, there was resistance from some quarters. I'm trying to come and dig into this issue of systemic failure in us, both culturally and kind of, socially, as well as in terms of governance. Now, any school bus, you are driving behind it or you find it stopped, there is no way under any circumstances would you immediately, because we una haraka sana, unatoa signal yako na una overtake unaishia. It's an offense, critical offense. When you come to a school zone, for example, you are driving, you are alone. Hakuna mtoto barabarani, lakini imeandikwa ni 25 miles per hour. Una slow down. Saa ingine hata ni sata. Watoto hawako shule, but you slow down to that speed. What am I trying to say? Come to schools, to structures, even your own house. There is restriction as to how you construct that building. It is so sad that in Africa, we build houses as if we are building fortresses. Such that wata we mwenyewe, mtu akikuja akufungie na nje, atakuroast hapo. Yani you have, hakuna, kwisa. Nikikuja nifunge na nje, na nianze kukuambia Njiru sasa start pronouncing your accounts wherever ziko, and niko na computer na drain pesa, utanipatia kila kitu. I will even tell you, fungua kidogo, toa bibi yako, toa nje tu, niko hapa. You will abide because you are chock blocked in a pot. Does it mean that we don't have these policies written somewhere? How come we are crying and complaining that buildings are coming up in a riparian land? We are doing all this and that. Does it mean that when you are building a school, when you give a proposal that you want to construct a school, does it mean there are no guidelines as to how to do these things? Are we sure that tukienda kwa policy kabisa tuangalie, itakuwa shule madirisha inatakiwa iwe na grid na milango inatakiwa matron or whoever it is, watoto wakishalala anafunga na huko anafunga na nje? Surely, I don't think that is what it's supposed to be in Kenya. So what am I saying? This is the road, and the buck stops with the government. The leadership, number one. Whoever is leading a government is the one who starts emphasizing on these policies. You whip the various departments. I will give you a simple example, your neighbor there, Rwanda. You don't fool around. Whether people like it or not, you don't fool around with, on Tuesdays, for example, is the day to come out and clean hapo nje unajoin wengine. That the president monitors from his high office there. How does he do that? Through his administration. Isikike your ward or your area, something went wrong, you'll be in problem. I was there one time. A tourist lost a gold chain. Arogo, just kamutu unajua kukosangi mwendazimu. Alikuja akaichukua. Do you know that center hapo? It was sealed as if I don't know. It was a curfew. It was sealed by the army and the police, and the community there were told, lazima mutoe hiyo chain iko within you here for the last 15 minutes. There is no way that guy would have gotten out of that. And this is not exaggeration. Just because of gold chain picked from a tourist. And the government explained it's not a tourist. Even if it was a citizen that was robbed by that kind of a style, we would have done the same. And it is true. They do that. So what am I saying? Our country has collapsed. This is not the first fire. Within, we had Endarasha. And after Endarasha, a commission put, blah, blah, with the cause of fire, da, 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 da. Did it ever come? Why would a president or a leader who is there then have that on his desk? that this commission ilisema itatoa in 3 months. Why is it there as pending? Why would it not be as pending for you as the leader of the country to be able to pick the ministry concerned and ask them what the hell is going on here? You know, whether we do the open doors, whether we put paper milango, whatever we do, we will still have a problem when the leadership, when the head of this community called Kenya is rotten. Period. There are no two ways, according to me, because as a leader, you are supposed to be hands-on. Why do you have ministers, PSs, and all these people? What are they doing? What is it that they have in their in-tray? If you don't have, as a PS of education, your in-tray does not show a pending job, in the Russia fire. What is it? Unadu job gani? Kama hiyo is not pending na hujapata majibu kutoka wale watu wako huko chini all the way cascading huko chini. What job are you telling Kenyans you're doing? Even you as a president, if this PS has not given feedback on the same, what is it that you are doing? And I'm saying this applies to all the leaderships that we have had. I'm not being specific to any. The disasters that we have had, the ball stops at the leadership of the country. And Kenyans should be able to take this. And now it's about time for Kenyans to take it, because the leadership that we've been having have failed. Wananchi wachukue sheria mikononi, wachukue usukani, wajitengeneze nchi yao. We can begin with the small communities. Remember, we began these systems of as I end. How did we begin these systems which are working very well? Gated community concept. Ilianza wapi? Do you know in Kenya? Do you know where it started? Where communities came together. You guys, you have your house, I have my house. We have 5 of them. Then we gate them. It started in Karen with an organization called Karengata or something. They came up together and even contributed in building police stations. Why? They were addressing matters security. They were addressing matters emergencies, so that when you are coordinated as a neighborhood, you are able to quickly respond to some of these emergencies. Now, that concept is everywhere. Okay? It's everywhere. Everywhere, even in Mashinani. It is even down there in Oshago. That's why we borrowed the Nyumba Kumi system in Tanzania. And we don't even talk about it because we hate and we are so proud to try and say we copied. We took a system from a country that we demean so much. Yet it's the one that we have been trying to practice. Nyumba Kumi system, which is one of the super social system provide social security safety nets. Yeah. So basically, Njiru, it is not about the doors, not about the windows. It is about the rot and corruption. An engineer, a whole engineer, Njiru, kama wewe PhD, una approve kitu kama hiyo na una sign on a rubber stamp. Unasema approved by architect Stone PK. Rubber stamp yako EBS, CBS, hizo vitu umeapprove. Shule, back to you, bro. The rot is the answer. The head is the answer, not the doors. Thank you very much.
Okay, sawa. Thank you for that, Rabo. Najua bado hujaongea, ni vile utakuja kuongea. Najua tu hiyo tu ni panic tu umetandaza. Bado lazima uipindue. Yeah, so because I'm trying to ask myself, because some kids just come, they get burnt in a school, and could it be also, so keep sasa nataka kukuingiza na hii point, could it also be a diversion? Could it be this fire was started artificially?
And Njuru, sorry, my condolences to the family. I forgot to say that. Sincere condolences. I have a kid who goes to school you can imagine the trauma we are all going through. We are not sure about this. Remember, kids are also being kidnapped, wanachinjwa, wanauzwa, wanafanywa. That is already going on right now in Njiro, and we have to discuss that.
I heard like ati kushapotea tu watoto 4,000.
Exactly. It's ongoing. It's happening. It's like vile unaambiwangu at sokoni Kairo wale watu wanaenda soko on Tuesday. Yani it's expected every day for kids to disappear. It's unbelievable. Back to you. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm asking maybe Kipri nataka uingie na hiyo point. Na usiniambie I'm guiding you. Today I've decided to guide the show. So to lead it up. Could it be like kuna mtu anaweza taka kuua watoto so that we now get off the axis of talking about the real Kenyan issues. Now we now start getting side linked into this kind of talk.
Hello, everybody. The answer is no. The answer is no.
Now continue. Sia tunasema nono unaacha hapo. Continue.
No, I want to talk my own points.
It's okay. Wewe ongea point yako.
Okay.
Mimi kuzuilia. I wanted you to react to that, but
you are, I think you're going into the realms of conspiracy.
No, it's not conspiracy. There are things which happen. It can be sabotage. Do you know what the meaning of the word sabotage?
Yes.
What is sabotage?
Kwaribu kimaksudi.
Can that one be an option?
Yes, it can.
Then you cannot put it as late, but you have the right to say no. Go continue with your no. But at least I've gotten the answer.
What I think is
after kupiga mianda tatu.
What I think is happening, yeah, and I'm sorry for the people who lost their children. 12 children is not easy. It's
not 12, 1-6. Do the count well. It's 1-6. 1-6.
16, right?
Yeah, 16 kids.
Yeah.
16 souls. That's a huge number. Huge number.
Yeah.
It's extreme. Go ahead.
I've never said this on the show as a parent who's lost children. I know the pain. So you're sick to rahisi sana kwa mzazi. I can only imagine what the parents are going through. It's not an easy thing. We're supposed to outlive our children. What I think is happening is complete incompetence, right? And when I say incompetence, I like the way Stone Piquet had put it. Anywhere in the world, there are what you call safety and regulations. Before you start building anything, before you start doing anything in these Western countries, Singapore, mnaongeanga juu ya Singapore. Before you build anything, before you do anything, there are what you call this. They should be county inspectors. See, that is what devolution is there for. People from Stone Piquet's department in Mbere should come and look at those schools, make sure that those schools are done properly. That is why Stone Piquet wants to be an MC. Yeah, atakuwa kwa committee ya hiyo kufanya hiyo kazi sasa. Wataenda kuinspect shule, wa make sure that everything is done properly. The school is built properly. There is funds coming into the schools, and there are rules and regulations as to how things are supposed to be done. First of all, there should be exit, what do you call it? Exit door. So unaona hapo tuko mashule zote hapa, all in the US, I'm in the UK, kuna gonga na exit doors here are fire. Imeandikwa hapo fire exits. Kuna gonga na fire drills. There is also fire drills, and watoto wa shule hapa wanafundishwa hizo fire drills. Unasikia kengele hivi. Any building in the UK kuna kuanga na hizo vitu. The other thing is, most of these buildings that we use right now in these schools are actually colonial buildings that tujajenga zetu. Na tukijenga yetu, hakuna quality control. The county government is not doing stuff. So the first thing is I would like to blame the county government. Means it's a failed county. It's absolutely failed. So we must, we just, sometimes I feel, I was in boarding school, na sisi tulichoma shule. And you can see this sort of thing happens every year in Kenya, by the way. Did you know that? Mashule kuchomwa. So, hiyo kitu nasema hapo Njeru in terms of it might have purposely been done. Yes, I think maybe you might be going to a point here because it happens every year. Every year there's a school burning somewhere. So this was just maybe to cool down situations on the finance bill, to make us not look at what is happening. So I wouldn't go too far on it, because usually when hapana Yusuf, sikuchoma shule. No, mi nilikuwa mono. Nilikuwa mono bana. Tuliamshwa 3 o'clock bana, tukatembea mpaka town. Na mafom 4 na mafom 3 walibaki tu nyuma, walking ourselves to the radio stations. Yeah, tulichoma shule, tukachoma githeri. Tulichoma vitu. But there was one casualty that year. So this is a trend in Kenya, actually. I'll just say, kama hujasikia shule ijachomwa, yeah, it is normal. If Murkom, like any tragedy like this that usually happens, you'd find that Murkomen or somebody like that should appear just to show solidarity in the country through the incompetence. But you can see if Murkomen alichelewa ukuja kwa hiyo kitu, Njeru, you might be onto something. You actually might be onto something. As from Uncle Ruto, today everybody seems to think he has given up because he looks defeated. He says, I think he's been hearing that everybody is talking about elections being stolen. I think he's realized that nobody will believe he would win. So he's trying to pull wool over our eyes. He looks even thinner right now. Ukiona hiyo video bana, that man looks sick. Stress imemkula kichwa. Body is going around through the lies and stuff like that. So I don't think our country is going through anything, because things are just getting worse. Every day there's something new. Because at the time of epic and drastic country, anything small, it just shakes the whole country. I'm not saying this is a small thing. It's anything that just happens, the whole country will focus, because people are suffering. When people suffer, we suffer together. We actually suffer together. The country is miserable. And nobody seems to, and then these politicians don't seem to get it. Before we continue in Jeru, I'm seeing some of your Mount Kenya MPs are moving back to Gachagua. Are those spies? Are they genuine? Is it too late to accept them? Will they undergo a nomination in that party of yours? Or will they just get direct seats in DCP? Jeru. What did I say? What did I just say?
Name them. Tumesikia hata Njiro amesikia. Njiro unaitangwa Njero ama unaitangwa Njiro? Huyu jamaa hujawahi kumwambia jina yako.
You can use the name Njiro anyway.
Njiro.
You are called Njiro.
No, naitwa Njiro. The name is Njiro.
Njiro can never be Njero Kid. It's like telling me Kiprui can be Kiptai.
Neke bana. So if I'm Shurabi,
Kuna Kiptai tena.
Of
if I'm
course.
Shurabi, if I'm Shurabing his name and I'm not doing it on
No,
purpose.
not shrubbing. They are just typically different names.
Yeah,
Kuna
they're
watu
different,
wengine
but
wewe.
for me, I can't pronounce them properly. I'll keep trying to say it.
Okay.
Lakini wewe tu ulikuona tu kunionea bana.
Hapana, bro.
Hapana, stone no.
I don't want you to call Mbere Meru. I just want you to be very specific and right, so that you don't write wrongs.
Okay,
You know?
Jiru.
Yeah,
Jiru.
Jiru meaning black. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm black actually.
Go ahead. Anyway.
You're not as dark as me. Mbona vile mimi niko mweusi vizuri sana. I'm black and proud.
Of course, we're Nicole. You are Cole. C-O-A-L.
I'm almost blue, black and handsome. Yeah.
No, unajua unataka kuweka blue ili useme ati you are handsome kama wale unajua Wasudi ndio wako hivyo.
Yeah, handsome but hapa tunapendwa.
So let me ask you a question. Ni sawa, you have reacted to that, eh?
No, keep asking you a question before you ask. Ama ukuuliza keep.
Niruliza, nimeona mfururu of UDMPs putting their photo and then putting Gachagwa's photo.
Who are they? Hebu tuambie. Mimi
Hiyo story ilianzia jana na Cheragei. Cheragei did a curtain raiser. Cheragei alisema hivi. And I want to first of all put that Cheragei curtain raiser statement. Alisema hata kwa DCP tutakuwa na watu wetu. Alafu watavuka baadaye. Did you hear that statement? Ama mnataka niweke hiyo video? So
no, nataka kutafuta hiyo jina ya huyo mtu. There's this kwanza kuna huyu mama. Kwa sababu ati what I think they're doing, they're using Omar situation as an excuse.
Na then kuna mwingine anaitwa nani yule wa Nyeri. Story PK.
I'm looking at actually
yule jamaa wa Nyeri anaitwa aje? Yule jamaa wa Nyeri nini senator wa Nyeri anaitwa aje?
Ni senator Kaiga.
Sio Kaiga, kuna mwingine hapo ako na nickname. Wa Matinga wa Matinga. Sasa this is what wa Matinga is saying. Wa Matinga si unajua sasa vile Gachagua amekuwa akisema fagiria wote. Amen. I will look for that video. Yeye amesema hakuna pahali ataenda. Digozi alitumia Kikuyu, mimi sitaenda. Then he gave an analogy. Akasema on January 28, 2028. That is the date he gave. It could be propaganda, it could be his own hallucination. Akasema January 28, 2028. Alisema hivi.
Lakini natafuta hiyo video. There are a few of them
alisema
Gachagua.
Alisema Gachagua, Ruto na Kalonzo na yeye watu waine tutakuwa kwa meza tukiongea.
Nani alisema, what is his name? Onyonka said that it's actually games they're playing. They are using this to scare people from voting, actually. Because Emurdirkir, I was talking to somebody, actually, Wakuiba. So I'm acha nikwambie Njeru, apologies. Nilikuwa nimechapa mtu yako sana. So there was actually an independent person that went there who is actually one term. Akasema it was actually done properly. But the fear is what Gachagwa's statement was that he has encroached into the Kalenjin community. So that has given me hope. Let me just tell you. Emurdirkir has given me hope, but actually, nilikuwa nimeogopa sana that he just blatantly stole that seat. So the next thing is just to see what happens in Olkarao, and it just looks like Olkarao.
Please keep say that again. Say that again. We want to get it clear. They did that because they thought Gachagua had done what?
What's that?
You said why?
No. I thought Gachagua had given up on that seat. He hadn't.
So Kalenjin, I mean, Kipsigis said that he had done what? He had encroached in their whatever. You said that.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, the good news about it is what we call it, Gachagua has encroached into the Kipsigis community. Amingia, and then he can get MCAs there.
Also, it's a positive thing. They said so.
It's positive.
Then why did they not vote for the DCP candidate?
There are old people. I'm sorry, this is just a fact. There are old people who are not educated. The young people are the ones who came to vote for DCP. That's what the guy said.
Address that loudly. Why I'm pushing you on that is because it's something that opposition has to. That is a jigger that we are overlooking. We are assuming that we have a wave, and you've just said it. Atikuna some old nini. Come on.
There's some old people who spoiled that vote. Yeah, the young people came out and voted. Very few, and then there are others who stayed at home. That's another thing. The young ones what will they talk? So Walipandishwa magari. Okay, what happened is Walipandishwa magari. There was what do you call it? Community drive from UDA. Walienda wakachukua watu kutoka, waliambia ati bebeni wazee. And that was what Kikuyus usually do. Do you understand what happens with Kikuyu voting? Very beautiful system. Unaenda unachukua neighbor, you go take your neighbor and you all go. And that is what should have been preached with the young people. Chukua beshte yako tuende to vote.
So we were not aware of that.
I mean, Njiru was shouting here day and night that Gachagua should have gone to Imurdirkir before he came to the UK, which was more important, to stay in to go campaign in Imurdirkir or come to the UK. Which one was more important? The one going to the UK could have waited a week. Angengoj. There's no rush to come to the UK.
Anyway, let's go back to our track.
So there is actually positivity. It means that your 51 plus whatever is pata. It's going to be very difficult. Apparently inaonekana Sifuna alienda kuongea na mzee na akaambia mzee wachana na mimi, because apparently he's being offered back his ST job. I see Gladys Wanga again just keeping to push the narrative that ODM is actually a Luo party. Why do you go speak to why do you go speak to the Luo Council of Elders? I've never seen Raila going to speak to the Luo Council of Elders. For what? ODM is not a Luo party. When Raila would go to speak to the Luo Council of Elders and even Kalenjin and Kikuyu Council, whatever it is, it was him to ask their community to support him as an individual to run for president. It was nothing to do with the party. So you're finding that the ODM fraternity, this is where sometimes Stone PK is preaching about independence. Independent candidates is better. Party has nothing to do with us, because now we're all in all tribal cocoons now. We got DCP, Kikuyu party, sorry Njeru, it's a fact. Wiper Nini is a Kamba party. DAP Kenya, what is it? DAP Kenya is a Western party. Jubilee is a Kisii party. UDM is a Somali party. UDA is a Kalenjin party. So what are we talking about here? ODM was supposed to be the only party. That is why I follow them. I know it's against the grain, but I follow them to see what they're doing. It has become a Luo party. It has. Somebody come show me proof that I'm not speaking. I'm speaking tribalistically. I am speaking facts. Every time we see Gladys Wanga, any of those people, they are just around their communities. And then they go point fingers at Gachagua. Gachagua, you're a tribalist. Look at you, you tribalist, you. And then you're stuck in Nyanza. Huh? As for the leaders, Stone PK, although I know you preach independence, right? Independent candidates, it is good. But at the moment, to get that message across the country for Ruto must go, we do need these guys. We do need them. We need them. And needing them is actually telling them precisely what you just stated right now. We need to tell them to educate the public. Si kila siku tu ni kusema, oh, Ruto alifanya hivi, niko na siri ya huyu alifanya hivi. No. It is more like educating people as to how important their votes are, and also expanding their voter, their voter reach. Gachagua, you know, I keep repeating his name. Gachagua has the ability to expand it. Kalonzo, for many years, tumekuwa tukiimba hii, expand yourself away from Western. Coastal region kuna wakamba wengi, wenda expand huko. Jubilee should just let go of Central and move to the rest of the country. After that big NDC, where's Matiang'i been? Amekuwa wapi? I know it's not something that I like preaching, or something I used to complain about in 2023 and 2024. But I realized this is Kenyan politics. Kenyan politics is not the way Gen Z see it. Ikiti are leaderless, we follow things certain way, nini nini sijui hatuwezi kufanya, we cannot kutusiana ama hatuwezi fanya hivyo. Ikiti ya kuwa statesman does not work. So we need this crowd politics. Your crowd politics is the way we do our politics. We can't change that in the future. And I wish Njeru would pay attention when we're in this stream. It will be very nice. It's enjoyable when you have the host paying attention. So that is how I see it. I think this united opposition should expand their reach around Kenya. Thank you. Haya machache.
Aya, sawa. So there is a because you have tried to also audit me in terms of the way I was understanding Gachagua outreach in Murwadegela. Siku hizi nimejua kuipronounce, mimi sio kama wewe.
No, it's because of you have learned how to pronounce it, and that's a Kale learning from a Kikuyu. Emurdikir, it's because of you.
So,
Stone Pika ananiambianga mimi ni babi. So
the question which so you have said that actually the election was not stolen according to your ground investigation. The election
somebody from the ground. No, somebody from the ground told me.
So how can we audit? How can we audit that? How is that true? Like somebody, somebody can tell you something did not happen. So can you give me your truth parameters to that statement?
Oh yeah, this is a bunch of guys that are on the Linda Mwananchi group that went to audit the election. These are independent Sisini Sifuna youths that walijitokelezea wakaenda kwa station zao. They spread each other out. Walienda to different places to watch. These are one-term people. They're just going to see how the elections are run, to see if there's any buffoonery like in
there was nothing like there was nothing like voter suppression, there was nothing like intimidation, there was nothing like beating people. Watu tu walipiga tu kura vizuri. There was nothing like ballot stuffing. All those things, have they checked and they have said nothing of that which happened? Like maybe they try to replicate like what happened in Mbeere North. Nothing of what happened in Mbeere North happened in Emurua Digil. Is that what eyewitnesses are saying?
What they said. That's what they said. But they did state that they were there in Mbeere North. Mbeere North was a complete shambles.
So you are saying Emurua Digil to some degree of certainty to Rigongwa fair and square.
Yes.
Then why were numbers trying to show people on a poor position on DCP side?
Si kama huyo mzee wako anaitwa ni kama huyo mzee wako Trump bana. Uliona vile hao watu weupe walitokelezea sijui kutoka wapi. The challenge is, my friend. The old people are stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, sawa. So let me get you away from that. And nataka kuwaingiza naona hata nani ametulia sana. Nataka kuadvance kidogo because if there is a day which I've never been so sijaishtuka ni leo. Wacha nataka kuwekea video hapa muniambie because psychologically it means a lot.
Yeah, Ruto.
Tulia kidogo. Stop preempting me. Relax bwana.
Mtu yangu anaogopa sana.
Ngoja kidogo, nataka you react to this, all of you, the three of you, because psychologically it means a lot. Because hata kiongozi wangu bwana Donald Trump asemangi nita accept results. Anasemanga if I win I will accept.
Amekonda. Look how thin he is. Amekonda for the last 3 years.
I want us we poke holes in this statement. Ama tu kuna mtu alikuwa anasema maybe you want to present weak so that turengeshe.
Welcome back. President William Ruto now says he will accept the outcome of next year's presidential election, even as he dismissed plot to rig the 2027 polls. Ruto assured the country that the polls will be free and fair without any violence. President Ruto, who spoke at the National Prayer Breakfast, steered clear of this year's theme of forgiveness and reconciliation, choosing to give a scorecard of his administration, as Manuel Tono tells us.
The 23rd annual National Prayer Breakfast, whose theme was forgiveness and reconciliation, set the stage for the nation to pause and take stock of the current political temperatures in the country. President William Ruto using the platform to dismiss election rigging claims that were recently advanced by members of his Kenya Kwanza outfit.
And we are going to have elections. And they will be peaceful. And there will be no violence. And they will be free and fair.
President Ruto pledging that he will accept next year's general election results.
So relax. People are in a panic. I don't know. Ile Mungu ameamua ndio itafanyika. Kama Mungu ameamua Ruto will get a second term, he will. Kama Mungu ameamua vingine, that's what will happen. And we will move on as a country. Yes. So relax. There's no problem.
He, however, gave the day's theme a wide berth, instead choosing to outline his performance so far, almost a year to the polls.
Let us believe in God. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's believe in our country. I have every intention to make sure that I keep every commitment I made.
The rest of the leaders who spoke, however, called for forgiveness amid the heightened political temperatures.
We just compete as brothers and sisters. We are not enemies. Don't make political competition enmity.
The Bible tells us that after we exercise our faith and pray, let us go and do what God wants us to do.
Because when we finish competing, we have a country to look after. And in that, I salute our former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, who at every time at the end of the contest appreciated that Kenya was greater than the contestants.
To forgive is an obligation.
Chris Rwakasisi, a former Ugandan politician who now works as the senior presidential advisor for special duties in President Yoweri Museveni's government, was the event's keynote speaker. The reassurance by President William Ruto of a free, fair and credible election comes amid flaring political tensions fueled by some of the sentiments made by the members of the Kenya Kwanza government over possible rigging claims of next year's election, with the opposition maintaining that the next year's polls must be credible. Emmanuel Tor, Citizen TV.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Nani? Oh, ngoja kidogo. Oh, let me start with the BBM. Relax. BBM, are you there?
Yeah.
BBM?
Yes, Nico.
Can you analyze for me the pretext and the preface of that Ruto speech, where he is now even saying he is assuring free and fair, where free and fair in Kenya, it has never been known. It's a moving target, and he will accept the results. Can you react to that? Is it something to get happy to, or to jipange to?
You know, maybe before I react to that, especially if you look at that prayer breakfast, what was the theme of the prayer breakfast? You know,
forgiveness and reconciliation.
And if forgiveness and reconciliation, and when you talk about forgiveness, about what? What forgiveness are we asking? Is this forgiveness because how we've demeaned those who we are, or those who are our competitors? Is this forgiveness for maybe demonstration that has taken place and the people that we've lost? Forgiveness about as a country, what are we forgiving ourselves over? So that is then when it was it was about forgiveness, and what was the theme himself, you know, because like you've had there, it was all about the progress that he himself has done. He was evaluating himself when people are reconciling and forgiving. And if you look at the audience who are attending the prayer breakfast, it is usually the leaders who are attending this. What about the commoners, especially the Kenyan people? And has this prayer breakfast really impacted on the Kenyan life? Because most of the things that we do, especially even the prayer breakfast, these are usually the borrowed. We tend to borrow some of this from the country that they call that are exposed, or the country that are in the first class countries, because like the prayer breakfast, I think it was borrowed from America. So that is what we try to do, but we don't do it genuinely, because give it 2 days. If you're talking about reconciliation, give it 2 days. Even him himself, when he will be doing his campaign or he will be doing his project, you will get to see the kind of wordings that, or the demeaning statement that he used against his opponent. So I don't know how that reconciliation and forgiveness will work, because I think when we talk about reconciliation and forgiveness, the environment or the tone that you set also assist in that. But if you talk about it, yet the people who surrounds you, some of them are profiling a community, some of them are saying demeaning words to other people, then there's no reconciliation. And you talk about forgiveness again. We did not see the other opposition, whether they were invited or not, but we did not see them because this is something that touches on the national. It's not about politics, so we did not see them. Now, coming to the statement of the president, you know, election is not only voting. Election is a process. You know, is a process. So when we're looking at the IEBC, there are so many things that has really happened, especially even with the new team that are in place. For instance, we saw what happened in Mbere, we saw what happened in Matungu, especially the kind of violence that we saw, you know. And those are some of the things that we're talking about, because it's not all about numbers. It's about creating a peaceful environment for the voters to express their will. Yeah, for it to be fair, each and every person has to get that free environment, an environment free from violence, an environment free from intimidation, an environment free from bribery. Yeah, that's what makes it fair. You know, it's not about the vote that has been cast. That's what makes it fair. No, that is not it. So I think by president saying that, president was just calling what we call a pushback, especially from what his allies have always said. And it's not the first time that people who are close to the president or those who are supporting the president have come up with those statements. Remember, it first of all started with Sudi, it went to Kamket, Ayub Sivula, talk about Cherargei, who at some point also say that, okay, we should even extend the term limit for presidency. So the assurity, to me, is not convincing. Because if it was, then those who surround you should not go to public, in the public, and declare those. And we know the country that we are dealing with, especially when it comes to election, whereby every victory has always been challenged. You know, so to me, I think that was just a pushback, and even just to make people or the public run away or think away from what his allies have always said. So that is my take.
Yeah, so thank you, BBM, for that. I will circle back to you. So Stony PK, can you react to that as well? Kabla tutokezee huyu mkereketwa mwingine, karibu ni mtusi, taki atoke show.
Unaweza toka hapa bwana. Wewe. Okay.
Kipendelea.
Tutu tanyanya tu.
Huko kuja kukalisha mrembo wako leo.
Mgani wewe?
Can you react to story ya Ruto bana? Akisema
I don't trust him.
Explain.
And by the way, in comments, comment section, if I can call any person or any tribe, then they say our challenges on a support Ruto ni wajinga. It's my right to call them stupid. Stupid is a fact, it's not an insult. Come on, I support Ruto ni mjinga. I'm sorry. It's not an insult. This is foolishness. You're stupid. So the guys who supported Ruto, even the Kikuyus who support them, we used to call them Tugegas. Those Kikuyus, those Tugegas. You know what I mean? Jer, do you feel like it's being tribal to create a Tugegas? You as a Kikuyu, calling your fellow Kikuyus Tugegas. So mimi nikiona challenge na support Ruto ni wajinga. It's my right. They can call me stupid and I'll not feel insulted. So they're stupid. As for the national breakfasts, I like how Benson has said it. The conspiracy about the American prayer breakfast is it's a way for powerful people to kind of start picking their next leadership. So you'd find a barrage of young or up-and-coming politicians coming. Before Barack Obama was picked to be, he's just a mere state senator, to run for president of the United States. He came to one of these breakfasts. Kanza kusalamiana na wazee. It's a way to put them all together, whether you're a Democrat or whatever it is. Ni tu kuangalia future leaderships every year. The purposes of the Kenyan one, I don't know. You hata tujui. You tu ni copy paste. And it started with Uhuru. Like you said, if it's forgiveness of what? What are we forgiving here? Are you asking for forgiveness, or are you stating that we should forgive one another? The majenzi waleta kwa streets wanafaa kukuja kuomba msamaha, ama unataka kuwaomba msamaha? Watu nasema mnataka kuwa pamoja. Where aren't they there? Where was Onyonka? Where was Sifuna? Where was Rigathi Gachagua? Kwanza especially Rigathi Gachagua mwenye ulimtoa hivyo ovyo. Ako wapi mtu wako? Where are all these people that you want us to start forgiving one another? So you're stating to your friends that it is time to forgive one another. So what is your beef with Oburu Odinga? There's nothing. Mpatie 200 million yake ya kufanya makampeni huko. So that's a good fact, Benson. I never thought of it that way. So who are we forgiving? As for the elections, I don't trust him. He will still try and steal. I don't know. Kuna kitu mimi siwezi trust hizo elections za Kenya, hata kama ni nini. Hata vile niliambiwa na mjamaa alienda huko chini, there's still something in the back of my head that, hey, boss, it's hard. It gives me a little bit of reprieve that Mudikir was okay, but I still don't trust it. I still don't trust Ruto. And I want to watch Olkarao, kwa sababu nasikia vitu zinafanya usiku. If Onyonka can state himself, Onyonka said it in his podcast, the podcast he went to, it's always in purple. He did say that these people are buying in broad daylight wananunua vitambulisho. Hata imekuwa cheap sana Olkarao, between 2,000 to 3,000 shillings. And the unfortunate thing about these people who are selling their IDs, your IDs are going to be used to take loans, to do crime. Umeuza maisha yako. I wish I could tell those young people who are selling their IDs what they are literally doing to themselves. So, for me, it's a wait and see thing. I'm hoping 2027 is going to be done properly. And I hope that we will pick somebody that can battle Ruto, because at the end of the day, sera yetu sisi watu wa Kenya ni kutoa mtu, because you can feel with the energy of Kenyans. It's so surreal. It's so, you can feel like that. Ni kama watu wamevutwa energy kabisa. They just survive. When I talk to people at home, no, don't worry about Douglas. Nasikia uchungu kwa sababu nasema kweli. Napenda kuchokoza watu. So for me, I cry for my nation. I saw Mbadi has become so evil. I see his body language, how he talks to Kenyans. He's drunk with power. I think he's even the most useless of the useless people. You know, Njeru, you know, sometimes this thing that we've been doing from the past elections and trusting leaders with all our hearts, and then they get just a little bit of space, and then unapata betrayal ingine hapo kali sana. Raila taught me that. Raila actually taught me that. Because look at Mbadi. Look at Opion Dai. These are the guys who used to say, freedom fighter. The guys were fighting for us. And then you get blinded by the things they do to us afterwards. So, also, what I'd like you to do, Njeru, Stone PK, Benson, and any other Kenyan of goodwill, the removal of Ruto is just the first step to build our nation. There's still a lot of rot. There's still a lot of people who are used to bad habits. There's still a lot of civil servants that are used to bad habits. Today, these kids losing their lives is just a reminder that we do things kienyeji in Kenya. We don't do things to take care of, with the preservation of lives of our fellow citizens. I mean, the lives of those children were just wasted. I can't even watch that video of that father crying like that. That is painful. And the person who built that will not even feel anything. You can imagine the architect. Everything is for profit. On a larger scale, what happened to those children is what Moses Kuria did to us when we were sold rice with mercury in it. Chele iko na mercury. When we are sold oil that is not edible, not fit for human consumption, edible oil that is not. Whenever you're hearing every day we're hearing everybody here has had a relative or two that has either survived or died from cancer. Never happened in the 80s or 90s. Growing up, you never would hear anybody has these diseases. But you realize it's the imports of Akita Moses Kuria. Moses has caused the genocide. Yusuf BM is one of our sister companies, sister channel. He's not a spy, so don't put that there. He's not a spy. He's one of us. He's got a sister channel. You should actually subscribe to it. It's Brother Benson Media. Search for it on YouTube and please subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah. But let me answer this question. But before I went to a foreign country, I did 4 jobs. The ballot is in the polling station. That's Jonathan nini. So are you're bragging to us that you're in a foreign country? Na juu kuandika kizungu? Stone PK, go ahead.
Stone, endelea na hiyo story ya Ruto kabla niwapee Oburu on the same speech.
Sawa. Keep. Douglas anakuambia before he went to the US alifanya PO job. PO ni polling station, polling officer pale kwa nini polling station, wale watu wanaangalia hizo votes mna post pale, mna poll when you vote hapo kwa classroom. We have polling officers there. Kuna mtu ana supervise nini, that kind of a thing. So he's telling you he did that, and it is true.
For him.
It is true. That is where people wanna poll hapo. But it is also a fact that it is messed. That is where you sign things well, and then stima zinazimwa, and then fire inawakishwa, tear gas inatupwa. So what happens after? And Kriegler said it. The polling went on very well, usually very well. Wananchi wanavote bila diamu. But immediately after everything is done, even the forms are signed, hata ile itabandikwa pale kwa mlango and all that. Yeah. So this man called Kipongong, he should know we are Kenyans, and we've also worked in those in those fields. I don't think people who are interested, those are some of the jobs that we get, whether you are a teacher, you are a university graduate or not. Those are the first jobs people get, hizo vibarua. And one of the things that they get messed is because we pick every Tom, Dick and Harry to come and do jobs. Yeah, well, I don't know, but I can
Kwanza Jala, this is one of the dumbest colors. When
I can assure you. Let me finish, kid.
Yeah.
I can assure you, some of the dumbest idiots in Kenya are the ones who run the most critical jobs, including elections. It is every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Idiots, clever people, fools, and all that. And I have no shame saying that because I've done that so many times. The same thing when we are doing census and all that. There is no criteria. The fact that in a graduate degree it's an automatic qualification to do certain jobs. Those are, I mean, having a degree doesn't mean you have the skill, you know. So I can assure you, most of the blunders happen because we do not match skills in whatever. Like, for example, you want to do research, you should go to a university and go to R&D department, get those who are really specialists in that. You don't pick every Tom, Dick, and Harry to do that. So that is a topic for another day. And that's why we blunder a lot in most of the things that we do in our country. Yeah, because we don't match skills properly, you know, for people to do specific jobs that you want done. So yeah, it is true. Yeah, polling, watu wanapiga kura zinahesabiwa, but let somebody explain why we have tear gas, we have polling stations being banned, we have vehicles having boxes being brought, and yet zile tulipiga kura ziko hapo, then exchange. Those kind of very stupid, nonsensical things that I never want to engage to discuss, because hata ukienda kotini unaambiwa utoe evidence mahali boxes zilikuwa zinakuwa exchanged. People are not idiots to go exchanging boxes while everybody else is seeing. Okay, so asitulete hizo Mbeere North boxes were being stabbed in Karatina, and it. Then there is a vehicle that was in Siakago. Watu wakasuspect, they surrounded it, jeshi waliingia hapo wakapiga watu, the vehicle ilikuwa imetolewa pumzi na raia, then wakasema isiende, ifunguliwe huko ndani waone hizo box ni nini. What happened? Raia walikuja wakapigwa na matia gas, wakapasuka, gari litoiwa ikiwa hivyo. Come on, let's not go into that. Back to you, Njiru. Your president is doing psychologists wanaziita reverse psychology, but mimi nataka kuita decoy. You know, he knows Kenyans are so docile. We have been, tumepigwa tukabondwa ni kama mashed potato. Lose one. You know, those of you who like mashed potato, mimi napenda ile iko beti ngumu, kuna wale wanapenda ikiwa very soft. Wale wanapenda mursiki, kuna watu hupenda mursiki ile iko really thick, kuna wale wanapendanga ikiwa loose ile unakunywa kama vile ule mzee alisema. So Ruto knows Kenyans, you can drink them like a very smooth mursiki. Unakunywa na unaenda. He knows you can tell us anything. Number one, and I like, I think it's Kip who have, no, it's BM who have said, this breakfast thing is shit, it's garbage, it's nonsense. It's one of the things I'll tell Akina Gachagua, Akina Kalonzo, whoever takes over, stop that nonsense. Tupa hiyo kitu to the box ya sahau. Those are some of the practices that are idiotic and nonsense. They mean nothing to the common man. If the lords, the rich people want to dine, why do wakadine na huko na wasituambia tu wanafanya hiyo on behalf of Kenya? What prayers are these? Those are nonsensical prayers. Wacha waende wakapray in their bedrooms, huko maroom 350 peke yao. Kenyans, we don't need those prayers. Okay? We can pray in churches and all that. Okay? We can have our own way of doing village, national things, village-wise and all that. And yeah, let him declare that, and we will do it in our own communities. Yeah, yeah. You know, like the way they are national holidays. We will do that. We'll organize ourselves in small communities and do that. Secondly, the theme is garbage. It's nonsense. BS. BS. Forgive and reconciliation. BM, you have said it very correctly. Forgive about what? Reconcile about what? I mean, surely. No wonder there are idiots in that state house that are advising this man who is a PhD holder. Do you know it's Ruto who has made people even hate Wakadimini education in Kenya, Wamedimini religion? You know, nobody, mostly 80-90%, they don't. Unakuja ukiwaambia Bwana asifiwe, they look at you like this. I mean, if there is an antichrist that has descended in our country, ni huyu jamaa. Ni huyu jamaa. Can you imagine? Unafungua mdomo ukisema watu ile what rings in people's head is shit, man. Look, what is this guy saying? So the best is you greet people muriega. Chamge tugul. Boakire. That people answer with jubilation. Atunasema inua mkono tusalimiane kwa hewa. Hiyo yote they see darkness and doom in the country called Kenya. And that's true. It's not Stone PK is making. That is the feeling. Yeah. And even people don't even look. Most people now, they look at the clergies. And the clergies are so worried that their doctrine, nobody really, nobody anafiligi at wow. Sasa naona mchungaji. Sasa imagine that has been demeaned. Iko chini, because who is the leader of even pouring rubbish into the so-called madhabahu? It's the leadership, it's the president. When you go beating children in a church, what are you telling us? And then on the other side, you come saying, Bwana asifiwe. Truly, this contradiction, Kenyans, yeah, he thinks we are fools and he thinks we are stupid. And to support you, kid, stupidity is stupidity. It simply says you have no good sense. Your sense judgment it's upside down. And then actually it's not an insult, because if you are told you are senseless, you are not being insulted. It's not an insult. It is according to the person who is looking at you and the subject matter that you are not making the right judgment. So you are stupid. And this is an argument we talk, but those of us who are teachers of this foreign language, we got a bit more of maybe of exposure. We know that when somebody calls you stupid, that's not an insult. There are many other insults in English. All right. Same thing with foolish. It's still when you lack wisdom and all that. And by the way, lacking wisdom also is not an insult, ladies and gentlemen. Not everyone is wise, but you can survive. Kwa hivyo, huyu jamaa Bwana Ruto kuja hapa kutuambia ati tunini, it's just a decoy. He wants people to divert from the serious issue. The pressure is so beautiful, and we have failed here, not once, not twice. When Kenyans have exerted real pressure to the leadership because of their blunders, uja tunatolewa pumsi, viujinga tu. Saa hii, Ruto's government has messed within a month, has done to the top. They have destroyed what would have taken a wise man maybe 50, 60 years to bring some of those topics. Ruto has done it in the shortest time possible. In Mombasa, when Hassan spewed what he spewed, that is irreversible. Ladies and gentlemen who are listening here and who are watching, there are some things not only in leadership, but in humanity, you should strive never to do. There are some people who you relate with so closely that your struggle in life should be struggling that you never do something that will make you to be told, Ama wambie, come and apologize. If you have somebody you respect so much, the biggest rule that you are supposed to be bothered with is to make sure hutakosea huyo mtu. Because imagine a friend, for example, you've been friends for like 20 years. And then you mess it na kakitu kadogo. It is worse. It is the worst. That's why some people go into depression. Others commit suicide. Because, for example, somebody you respect so much, then you do something very stupid. Within a second, you have destroyed the relationship that you had for decades. And remember, building a relationship It's one of the biggest tasks, but destroying it is a second. So what Ruto has done, unfortunately, hata akienda aende kwa huko aombewe na Pope, if he can even decide to go huko, aende aulize the highest, wale watu wanafikiria ndio wako karibu na Mungu, ametenda dhambi ambazo haziwezi zikahurumiwa. And when you commit such a sin, that is unforgivable. What the best you can do, you just remorsefully give in and go and be in silence. Na useme, you can do to me whatever you want to do. Na utoke out of our way. People will be able to do that. People may not, if they wanted to lynch you, people may say, usikichome, wacha lakini enda ukifungie hapo. Umeokolewa, utachomwa. All right? But the people will decide to do. But when you continue playing games and playing tough and playing at the tricks, coming in, you are a hyena which has destroyed goats, then you are coming to call for a reconciliation after you have killed, out of my 50 goats, you have eaten 14. You have eaten half of them. And then you are coming and saying, oh, no. Now, Stumpike, let's have peace here. Okay? Now, let's forget. No, let's forgive and reconcile. Skiza, you don't want the truth. You don't want me to tell you, you have already killed 50% of my flock. What about that? Well, unasema, forgive and forget. That is not what happens. What happens is that, first of all, accept what you have done. Can Ruto hold a big national day of truth? Kwanza. Truth. Na asisimame hapo na mashati ambazo asishiki kwa shingo akituambia asimame hapo truth isomwe, si yeye asome, isomwe na assign. You did this, your government did this, did this. Hizo zote zisomwe hapo in broad daylight at Uhuru Park. Okay? Accept this is what has happened. But as long as they continue denying with their cahoot, denying that people are being abducted, denying that on 24th, not recognizing they killed Gen Zs on 25th, they still continue saying, blaming, shifting, Gachagua, this, garbage and all that. Kenyans, I urge you, get bitter and bitter and bitter, stop being docile, and there should be never time for forgiveness. In fact, Ruto's government should never be forgiven. They can do whatever they want. Kenyans can decide to do with them whatever they will want to do. Okay? But they should never, nobody should talk of forgiveness. Maybe they get out of the way, we keep quiet. We jail those whom we want to jail. Ruto can go be jailed if there will be evidence of all those kind of things. But of course, there is every evidence as head of the government. Everything that happened stops at your doorstep. So he has no wonder you are saying anaconda. That pressure is too much. So Kenyans, don't allow these streets. Forgive, reconcile. That's nonsense. It's BS. And I would have wanted to see the entire opposition out on 2 issues, tonight or tomorrow. In fact, 3 issues. One issue is that they should condemn that nonsense, the forgiveness rubbish. They should come out very loud in terms of kids that are dying, disappearing, and now getting burnt. That should be a national crisis that would even call for what we would call a national, I don't know, the extreme, right? It's equivalent to when a country is under threat and has been attacked by Al-Shabaab and everybody else. It is a threat, security threat of the highest order. When a parent akilala ajui kama mtoto wake mahali yuko ako safe. All right? Because what is the joy of a parent? The joy of a parent is when you see your child growing without security threats. And that's why some countries have placed everything, soul and heart, on top of children protection. Okay? That's why. And some countries are, you talk of a child, touch a child, there is no forgiveness, whether you are the father, the mother, or whatever. And that is what we should be emulating. instead of copying garbage like breakfast, this nonsense and all that. And that breakfast, we are having it when we are having these serious critical issues about the children disappearance and all that. The third issue, which is dangerous and very, very bad, that all Kenyans now should come out, is about us having Ebola people. And we are the ones to build the quarantine because master so and so amesema. That is nonsense. And we are quiet. Why? Because people are doing business at the risk of Kenyans. Somebody is going to be paid. And this I can say without even kusita, because we have all the evidence. Why would we be supporting the RSF and all that? It's money issue. So why would we agree to be the ones hosting Ebola patients? Surely. And we are being diverted.
Na Orunga, Tony Piquet has to react to that. Na Orunga akasema, Kenya is an expert of handling Ebola.
Where we have experts, like Kenya is an expert of everything, garbage. In fact, I came to the way somebody can become an ad. As Kenya, we are known in the world as experts of Ebola. Who said that?
Hebu nikuwekee huyu jamaa, you not believe bwana Stone PK. Wewe ongea nitakuwekea usikie jamaa akisema ati Kenya is known in the world that we are experts of Ebola.
That's an idiot. Is an idiot, because what are we expert in? With nothing, with no facilities. Where did we ever have a Ebola outbreak in Kenya? When this COVID killed so many people, but fortunately people in Kenya by nature, we have, that kind of immunity and all that kind of a thing. Then you start boasting that you want to tell me it's because we knew how to handle COVID that we didn't have as many deaths as the whatever. No. As Africans, we kind of the diet and what we take and all that makes people get that kind of immunity. All right. So what we should be talking about here, you cannot boast. We are not even
Tony PK nimeipata, wacha nikuwekee usikie jamaa akisema. Kwanza alisema Kenya we are ready to handle Ebola.
So you are annoying me more now.
Wacha nikuwekee tu. No, he is a Kenyan representative. I'm not trying to annoy you. Nataka uongee vizuri. Nataka ufunguke sawa sawa. Ujafunguka. Ngoja kidogo.
Health are taking all measures to ensure that we protect Kenya from international health outbreak. And so far, we are dealing with an
for the young people.
Outbreak for Ebola that is in DRC. And as you note, we as Kenyans have a very strong healthcare response system. We are also very strong when it comes to case management in terms of infectious diseases in general. And when we talk about case management, we mean hospital preparedness. We have the highest isolation capacity in the entire country, most of it that have also been built over COVID. And when it comes to infectious diseases, as an expert in the profession, I think many healthcare professionals all over the world will confirm to you that the protocol is nearly the same. It's about protection of the health worker. It's about protection against what we call infectious prevention and control in terms of the spread. And it is about ensuring that we mobilize to support the patients and treat them. And so far, 2,200 healthcare workers have been trained. But you also know that Kenya has been at the forefront of international response. In 2015, the country that was relied upon by the world to send 157 experts to help Sierra Leone contain and tackle Ebola from 2014 all the way to 2016. I have even been privileged to be part of the health experts that were in DRC and Rwanda border in 2013, and we were more than 90 of us. All of these are health workforce capacity that no other region, no other country has. And so one of the things we want to ensure the country is that we are capable of what we call case management. The other thing is about laboratory. KEMRI is the fourth most prepared laboratory in the entire world when it comes to infectious diseases. As a matter of fact, Even the countries that are having outbreaks, when West Africa had the first Ebola outbreak, when there was no vaccine or treatment for the other strains, just like right now, there is a new strain that has no vaccine and has no treatment. It is laboratories like Cambridge where they were bringing samples. Right now, I can tell you without a doubt that countries in our neighboring region are actually relying on Cambridge as a reference laboratory to send their samples to confirm these cases of Ebola. So we are in a very good space when it comes to laboratory strength. We also have key logistical advantage. As you know, we have a last mile distribution from KEMSA. We also have other mechanisms of distribution. That is why we are relied upon even by the international community. The World Health Organization, the UN body that is in charge of health, currently is setting up a logistics center here in Kenya. The Africa CDC has also identified Kenya as the vantage place from where they can do all the logistical arrangements for the entire country. Kenyan government.
Hapana, toa.
Because hakuna kitu anatuambia hatujui. Okay.
Maybe you might think, but he is describing a country you have never lived in.
Zero. I don't know whether you can give an opportunity to react.
Okay, go ahead.
React.
You know what? There's something that I've discovered, especially with some of our learned people, especially when you are employed to work with this current government. I don't know what usually happens, especially in terms of thinking and even giving advice. Talking about our health sector, we know and beyond reasonable doubt that we have major problem. Just yesterday, somebody was very close to me, was admitted at Mama Lucy. Somebody was very close to me. Did you know that these people are sharing bed? Did you know that? And that not
I have not even that one in
that is in every hospital in Kenya. It doesn't matter if it's level 5 or whatever. It's every hospital.
So tell me, how comes then when it comes even to what is being proposed or what Kenyans are about to do about the quarantine for the US citizen who are who will be affected with that, and they will be taken to Kenya. How then would somebody say this? And as you said earlier, on his explanation and the way he gives, it gives you paint a picture of total different country that we don't know. That's the problem where we are as a country, and sometimes it makes you sick. You can just get sick. And this is a professional. It's not like a layman. This is somebody who is a professional who should advise, who should offer advice to the nation and to the country that we cannot contain, we cannot manage that. We cannot. With the health system that we have, even if Union of Doctors can say that it is not possible, we are talking about during COVID. COVID was Uhuru Kenyatta administration, and that administration, some of those. Anyway, let me not talk, because sometimes I get tired.
Thank you, BBM. And you are describing. You are just being diplomatic. You get tired. No, you get pissed off. It is sad. And I like what you have said. You are wondering what has become of intellectuals once they have been employed by this government. Surely. Now, wataambia wa Kenya nini, haki ya Mungu? What will people who call themselves professors, doctors, surely, when they look at some of these clips after Ruto, because Ruto anaenda, hii serikali inaenda, what will they tell Kenyans? Surely, for me, I think these people should be wanaenda tu akachomo, because wataishi wapi? Surely, what ni nini imefanyika? What is this charm that doctor sijui nani, and from the community that people believe, yani ukisikia doctor huko ni noma ajaiba makaratasi, brain ikipimwa itaonwa ya ni equivalent to nini. I mean, it's not a stereotype, that is what has been going, that doctors, engineers from that region where it comes from, unawasikizanga tunawapatianga heshima tu automatically. Ukisikia Dr. Koth, Dr. Uwoji, Dr. Omondi, Dr. Engineer Omondi, engineer. Nikisema engineer Stone PK, unaona watu wanaanza kuuliza hali hakuna kuwa na doubt. Lakini ukisema engineer Okech, hiyo hata hakuna doubt. I can say that with all the authority. What has become when they stand on podium under UDA? What, yani mpaka unasikia experts Wandai, when you look at the clips when they were in parliament and they were talking totally differently. What has really gone into their head? There is something, kuna kitu inatanda katika ubongo once you accept to be in UDA. Once you rub your shoulders with Raila, I mean with Ruto, you get condemned. Same thing with Raila. The moment you went close to Ruto, question, and mambo ilibadilika kabisa. He was no longer the human being that we got to know. There's something. There is a power that this man has.
Sonny.
Which is, it is anti-human. Kabisa. And I don't know those of you
Can I
who know
respond to you, Sonny PK?
Sorry?
Can I just interject there for 2 seconds?
Okay, you talk. Me, these days I don't like being interjected because
okay, sorry, just continue.
You go ahead.
So I will go after you. Just keep going.
Yeah, yesterday we had a serious exchange with the Musimamo for interrupting.
I remember that. Yeah, just continue, and then I'll follow after you.
Yeah. So, and I'll land very quickly. So for me, I'm thinking there is something beyond what we are thinking. That one time I'm one of the best engineers, giving and leading in very, very serious departments in the world. Some even working with the UN, and where not saying UN is the best, but you are there, you are recognized, you are up, you are doing things. Like, for example, right now we have a Kenyan, I don't want to name him, Eli Namjua, the guy who designs everything about UK in terms of the infrastructure and all that. Serious. Na huyo jamaa akikuja Kenya ajoini Ruto, mtashanga, mtastuka. Yani
venye akili itakuama.
Ndio nasema hii lazima kuna kitu very serious with this regime that Kenyans need to also start addressing. Whatever happens, that whenever ukienda tu karibu na huyu jamaa, ndio hata wewe sahi, I can assure you, the day, acha kustuka, the day utakuja upewe hapo kakitu alafu aanze kunini kwisha, you will start seeing things in a very opposite manner, kama akina Kibogogongo. Umeona Kibogogongo?
I think you have a pace.
Acha nimalize.
I think you have a pace.
I
think you have a pace.
Sorry, let me finish. So basically, when we are talking, yes, we are experts of Ebola and all that. This is the last point I'm saying. When people were deployed to Sierra Leone, very recently, my housemate was deployed there because initially when we were in Liberia, so the moment the opportunity came, the first thing they said, anybody who has worked in West Africa and all that, and most of those who had been on mission in Liberia and Sierra Leone during the issues of the unrest there, the Vita, the civil war. So people take the opportunity. Number one, not because they are experts, not because we are experts. It's because an opportunity has arisen. Kenyans are very quick to take opportunity out there abroad. Kutafuta pesa. It's not the expertise. It's not expertise that takes us out there. It's because we are, number one, adventurous. Number two, we want to make money, because three, money is not enough. Jobs are not enough back home. All right. And even the pay back home is not good. Imagine when volunteer, you're going there and you're being paid $4,000 a month. Where in Kenya would you be paid that kind of money? And you are just maybe a graduate with 3 years out in the field there as a doctor. Come on. So the motivating, the pull factor out there is that we take risks, not that we are experts. We take risks, we want to make money. So huyu daktari asikuja hapa kuanza kuteka advantage, and people die. Nitume pesa nyumbani, hata nikikufa nitakuwa nimejenga gorofa ambayo watu wangu watanini. That is the risk that puts us out there. Let me land there. So this nonsense of saying we are experts, hakuna experts. When you guys have said every dispensary, hospital, health center, people are sharing bed, wengine wanalala kwa floor, then you are saying you have the best health system, the collapsed health system under SHA, and now you want to come and start saying you have the best to do this garbage. Back to Njiro.
Na uone hata jamaa blink macho bana. We Stone mimi hata ile kitu imenishtua is not even what that guy is saying.
Anasoma teleprompt ndio ameandikiwa hapo.
Is audacity ya kusema hizo vitu bana.
Yeah, he's a doctor, yes, but ni juvenile kabisa. Hata sijua ni daktari kutoka pande gani. I have really demeaned him and I don't.
Unajua bwana Stone PK, mimi nikisikia jamaa akiongea hivyo, nilienda nikasikiliza speech ya Marco Rubio. Unasikia wa Marekani wanaogopa Ebola isiingie hapa Marekani. Ulisikia vile Marco Rubio aliongea jana?
Yes, and now you a juvenile una pretend when you go expert.
Ulisikia Marco Rubio anasema we will not allow any person with Ebola to enter US. That is how Marco Rubio is saying it. Alafu ati now unasema we are experts of handling Ebola.
He's an idiot.
Aya, Eric, go ahead.
My point was that historically we have had charlatans like this, way back from Jomo Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, even the Kibaki Raila regime, Uhuru Kenyatta. We've had people who have been brought into power. They're either cabinet ministers or PSSs, and they've decided to use colorful language instead of speaking the truth because of money. It's just something we have seen, and even just give an example, Fred Matiang'i. Fred Matiang'i said things that he's not saying now. When he was in government, he knew the corruption. The time when there were schools that were burning, dormitories were burning at the time of Fred Matiang'i. There was high corruption. Yes, he dealt with it, but he also said some things there that were kind of fiction. My point is not to dismiss this frank discussion about this permanent secretary of health, but is to say that historically we have this problem which has to be fixed, and it's something which is a nightmare. It's like in every other sector of the economy and governance. It's a governance problem. But even now, if we have the next regime, which is different from William Ruto, we'll still have such psychophants. It's a psychophancy that is propelled by money. And by the way, I said it's not an excuse. I wanted to just submit something very tiny about Ezekiel Chama. You know, this guy, I watched him this evening, and he is still as strong as he was when they stormed into parliament. And he's ready to stand for a political position. People are even saying that this guy should become an MP and take the office of speaker, which he will. If Kenyans are serious and they're disorganized, that guy is a hero. I know that people are concerned about his security, but he hasn't changed the way he was speaking during the revolution. He believes that the revolution is still on. In fact, he's speaking the same language as in 2024. I don't know where he's from, which part of Kenya. It doesn't matter now, because this person, if all of those who are still hiding and the ones who were the ones who are still hiding, if they come out in big force and they're supported and they're not taken advantage of by politicians, I think this will be one of the most incredible things that we have seen in the near future, and it can change the country, I think, for the short term. Thank you.
Haya, wacha kwanza tunipike nikuwekee huyu besti yetu kidogo ili musikie when this idiot is saying Kenya we expert, nataka usikie vile wa Marekani wanaongea.
Ngoja kidogo Njiru. Eli amesema ni nani, jina ya nani huyo amesema? I missed that.
Ezekiel Chama. Ezekiel Chama, the guy we spoke about yesterday. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, bye. So, go ahead, Njiru.
Today, in a shift of U.S. policy, announced plans to set up a quarantine and treatment center in Kenya for Americans exposed to the deadly virus while they're overseas. In past outbreaks, patients were medevaced back here to the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio now saying no Ebola patients will be allowed into the U.S. Here's senior national correspondent Mark Strassman.
Starting today, Houston Bush International became one of 3 U.S. airports playing defense against Ebola. All Americans returning from 3 African countries will undergo mandatory enhanced screening. This Houston airport expects to average up to 50 screened passengers a day.
We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
In another sign of the growing African crisis, Uganda today closed its border with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The WHO has declared the deadly outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. For now, there is no vaccine.
Africa said this is part of the team that is working on the vaccine.
The Trump administration plans to set up a quarantine facility for Americans in Kenya. A former CDC official CBS News talked to called that move unethical and irresponsible because Kenya doesn't have the proper containment facility or much experience dealing with Ebola. One affected American missionary, Dr. Peter Stafford, has responded well in a Berlin hospital to antiviral and supportive treatments. 6 other Americans have been transported to Germany and the Czech Republic for monitoring.
Atlanta's airport and Washington Dulles also have this enhanced screening. New York's JFK will ramp up tomorrow midnight. And on everyone's radar with all this, international soccer teams and their fans are about to pour into the U.S. for the World Cup. Now 2 weeks away. Tony?
Mark Strassman on a big story for us tonight. Mark, thank you very much.
Tony PK, au ni wazungu wanasema it is unethical. Kenya has no experience. Alafu unasikia kuna mzito hapo anaongea 6 minutes akisema venye sasa sisi Kenya ni kimoda kwa hii mambo.
Wewe Jiru, listen, unajua Kenya tuna mzaha mingi sana. Okay, Eli, my brother here has given us history. Eli, can we grow out of that notion that it happened? So that does not justify continuity of garbage. Me, I never start saying at oh, during Kenyatta one this happened, that happened was rotten then and is still rotten today and will be rotten tomorrow. My fight is stop the nonsense. Whether it was who was there or whether it happened to Kabila Gani ama nini, let us now move and jump and cut off the gangrene. Tukate hiyo upuzi ya Wakenya kusema ati Kenyatta ilikuwa, Uhuru pia ilikuwa. Come on, let's stop it. And that's why I want the young people to come and say nonsense to end this garbage. Don't tell us ati oh, hata nani alikubalisha hiyo maneno. Yeah, or even when Ebola broke in 19 sijui ngapi, this happened. Come on, let's stop that. We've learned from COVID. Mzungu, can you imagine Njiru, a citizen wameambiwa they will not be accepted back in their country, and as idiots citizen America, unajua vile wana value mtu wao, umeambiwa shauri yako kama umepata Ebola kufia na huko. That is the guy talking in front of his president, which means that is who? That is the President Trump ordering. Wewe ni America, but we don't care.
They are doing the same thing. Kama North Korea, ngoja kidogo. Unakumbuka hata North Korea kufia kidogo. Ngoja kidogo. Unajua
ulienda huko missionary. Nani alikwambia uende huko?
Unaona kama North Korea tunipike kidogo. Unaona North Korea ungepata COVID ulikuwa unauawa.
Exactly.
So I think these countries know the danger of this disease. Na sisi viongozi wengine wetu wa Kenya, they think like, umesikia huyu jamaa amesema vizuri, Ebola haina vaccine. Ni therapy tu iko nayo. Hiyo therapy Kenya wako nayo. Those therapy. Umesikia even Americans are being taken to Germany and Switzerland. It looks like maybe Americans, they don't have those therapies.
Of course they don't. You know, you live in America, you go for emergency nini. They boast and all that. People wanalala kwa corridor. What are we talking about, bwana? People get admitted, beds zimewekwa kwa corridor in America. Kwa corridor. Afadhali hao watu hawalali wawili kwa corridors. That's where people are being admitted. Let's face the reality. Hakuna watu wana capacity ya kuhandle such an outbreak like Ebola, my friend.
Na kwani watu wamepewa pesa ngapi? Such that they are ready to expose the whole country.
Kasongo, and that's why Gachagua amejidai yeye na anaongea. They should mobilize tomorrow the entire country to say no to this. Period. Gachagua ndio tunasema ndiye anapia na manini loudspeaker. Aambie watu wote tutoke nje. We want to see a very serious conference in Nairobi and telling anybody who will go to work. Wale hawa vijana watajidai, the nurses, they are being risked. They will wipe out their families. My friend, hiyo majuala wanavaa is garbage. It's nonsense. Ask people who participated in Sierra Leone and all that. Yeah, this is a serious thing that we should not even start giving at history. Sijui akuna. America imeogopa bro, superpower. Imediscard their citizen. That should tell you what this is. Unaambua weka kuere na kufia huko Katia, ulikuwa umeenda kufanya nini DRC? It was your business. That is it. Simple as that. Now you have to unajidai Olunga the Kenya expert.
No, it's because
kwani watu wamepewa dongapi?
No, those guys were warned.
Kenyans should lynch those guys.
You know why Marco Rubio is talking like that, Stone PK? It's because the US government usually have what you call travel advisory. Usiende uko. Unaambia usiende. Lakini hawa watu wa hallelujah, praise the God, wanaenda kufanya sijui missionary huko. Wanapata Ebola. That is why they can be told that. Niyo kierere. As for our expertise, yes, we might have expertise, but for our people, because Ebola is not a first thing we had.
Describe the expertise ndio nijue. What expertise?
I think Kipulila jenda mpaka kwa accident and emergency. Can you describe Kenyan expertise from accident and emergency?
Yeah, that which is
okay. I withdraw.
Una withdraw. Stone PK ngojea kidogo. I want to react.
No, it's just because Najwa, the way COVID, the way we did not panic compared to the rest of the world when it came to COVID, yeah, is that in Kenya we've gone through so
Tulikataa
many of these
kupanic juu
threats.
hatukuwa na otherwise. Ni kama mvua ikunyeshee na una nguo. Sitakunyeshea tu.
Thank you, Jiro. It was not, we didn't panic. We had no choice. Oh my God. We had no choice, my friend.
My name is Inigonge. I'm just adding to the discussion.
Yeah. Ni kama saa hii, ona nani, Kipril, ni kama saa hii, it is like a incident ikukute na una namna. You have to handle it. Hebu nikuulize, are you going to, like for example, ujikute umeanguka kwa maji? You have seen a person drowning. Hata mtu akiwa na drown anakuanga kuna wale wase you are drowning but unakuta huyu mtu tu anatapatapa mpaka anatoka the other side. So what COVID is not about Kenya preparedness. Kenyans reacted na halafu sasa ikakuwa pia hiyo COVID kuna vile like because of maybe I don't know if it is nitaita la kama ni nini, kuna vile like COVID, kuna vile tu like it was not able to get that critical mass within our population. But if COVID was extremely lethal, ingefanya mambo because we are overpopulated, we are crowded. Actually, everything anti-COVID ilikuwa inatendeka Kenya. Everything anti-COVID, everything against everything which was facilitating COVID kutembea is what we were doing. Bwana Stone PK. Sijui kama unashikanisha hiyo. Kipril.
Bana. Nasikadisha bana.
Sisi hatuna nini. Unaona like mimi nimeenda kwa accident and emergency.
Stone amenistua. No, Stone amenistua vile amedismiss your kit. It's so hilarious. Kaa huko bana.
Kofia na huko bana.
We told you not to go. Sasa ni vile, you know, they usually have these stupid
and
things.
That is the position of the government.
There's terrorists. That's what I'm saying. There's always this thing wanasema kuna terrorist attacks. Ndio, naambia kuna terrorist attack in Kenya or wherever it is. Usiende. Umeelewa? It's this stupid thing wazungu wanafanya.
Alafu naye girlfriend yako ana na kukimbiza huko.
Unasema nini?
Alafu sasa uko na girlfriend anaitwa Ana kwa Kenya, unasema nini? Siwezi kataa kwenda kuona mtu yangu juu ya nini za ujinga.
Unaenda tu.
Juu ya restrictions za ujinga. Sasa hao watu wanataka kuniachanisha na mtu yangu juu ya vitu zao za ujinga. Nitaenda tuone. I will go.
Sasa kurudi hata sijui walipanda hiyo ndege aje. That's another thing. Wanapanda hiyo ndege aje. Because they know that these Americans they are very stupid citizens. Sasa walienda Congo kufanya nini sasa?
Si wengine wako na makazi huko. Si unajua kuna mamaini huko.
No, you had most of them were evangelists. Kwani wezi fanya online ama wangoje biki tuishe bana?
Asipofika Congo, madonation hazitaingia. Juu anataka kwenda kule kwa wale watu wa Coravage apige mapicha huko ili anatuma mapicha huko Marekani sasa ili madonation sasa mnaona niko Congo, mnaona venye watu huku hata matumbo zimetoka, unaona vile watu wameparara, zigongeni donation bwana.
Acha kutudharau bwana, hiyo ni mbaya.
No, hakuna mtu atakupea donation. You cannot be helping Congolese and you are here. You have to be in Congo ili sasa hiyo uweze kudupe wase hapa Marekani. I have seen what they do here. Like even churches hiyo unasikia wakisema we have a minister who is ministering somewhere in Eastern Kenya. We need support. Na unakuta yani watu wanachanga vibaya sana.
But picha sasa
ukiwa Minnesota najipanga wanakuambia kwanza fika huko Congo, we be supporting you from the ground.
Sasa huwezi ngoja hii kitu ishe bana, lazima aende kuchukua.
Hata wale wengine wanaenda hata kwa ISIS na wanataka madonation ya ISIS, lazima aposti mavideo akisema these are the hideout of ISIS. Sasa ndio na unajua the way Americans like hiyo maujinga. Sasa ndio sasa ndio wanagonga donate sasa.
Because if you think about it, right now the outbreak in Uganda umesema imefika ngapi? Because in Kenya we have 0. In Uganda, we've got 7 confirmed cases. In DRC, we've got 105, 10 deaths. So out of all these people in DRC, a population of how big is DRC? Population in DRC ni ngapi?
DRC ni 100 million people. And the
So
DRC
now you can no, just
kidogo,
wait, just think how
DRC is
stupid that
bigger
is.
than Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania combined.
Yes. Now
It's
just
very
imagine
huge.
how stupid this is.
It's a subcontinent.
Just imagine
DRC
how,
is a subcontinent. DRC
Okay,
inaweza
sawa.
meza Kenya yote.
Just imagine how stupid these Americans are. There's 105 confirmed cases out of 100 million, right? Na huu mzungu
DRC imegonga mpaka Atlantic Ocean, my friend. Usicheze na hiyo nchi, ni kubwa. DRC imegonga mpaka Atlantic.
Usikie vile nasema. Hao wazungu wa Amerika wenye walipata ile Ebola ni kama walienda kuifuata. There's 105 cases in DRC. Yani ni kama wanaenda kutafuta hiyo kitu bana. Do you understand how stupid you must be?
Let me tell you, 105
What
cases
Ebola?
ni mingi sana bwana ya Ebola bana.
No, but the probability of that mzungu going to catch
majority ya Ebola ilikuwa huko Senegal. There was a time when, I don't know if it is Senegal or Guinea, walifikisha 6,000 cases.
Right now it's pretty low, but it's going to increase if we don't take care. Because this is a mutation of the Ebola we had before. Hata huyu ndugu yetu Stone alikonga kwa hizo missionaries. Ukiona na anaongea hivi, unajua akiongea hivi na uchungu ameiona bana. Mbona watu wakiumia huko.
Unasema nini? Unajua hiyo Ebola nimeona vile kama jamaa anabebwa bana. Unabebwa na kitanda ingine inakaa karatasi. Umefunikwa kila pale and you don't know if like if you are still impervious to people. Wewe umeona vile watu wanabebwa
No, at least ma Europeans na ma British wa kujangi ovyo hivyo kama Americans. Kwanza ni hao missionaries wenu, the missionary people. Watu wa missionary.
Unajua bwana Kipril, kuna mzungu anataka kupata hiyo COVID for history.
What history?
Wewe leo cheza tu kuna mzungu anaenda kufuata hiyo kitu ili aweke hiyo record. Alipata hiyo kitu na akapona. Let me tell you, they are crazy guys. Unaenda huko tu kuitafuta tu ili because amesikia kuna wawili ama watatu wamepona, so hata yeye anafikiria sasa anaweza ingia kwa. Si unajua ni historia falling up stuff. Anyway, niyo kukopiana like. Yeah, it's stuff. Anyway, I don't know, but unasikia vile mimi nilisikia vile Makorubi anaongea akasema wow. Na sasa hii ndio Kenya hebu nikuulize, kwani hawa sio wamepewa do ngapi? Because hapa there is some undisclosed amount hawa watu wamepewa. They cannot just accept hiyo deal tu hivi tu, watu wanasema. And unafika na story ya kusema ati sisi wa Kenya sisi ni expert wa kuhandle Ebola.
Just think about it, Just think about it. Si tulituma majeshi polisi wetu na hiyo story kakufia huko.
You know, ile kitu iko ni vile Haiti has mutated into a UN camp. Right now the UN is mobilizing. Ndio Kenya ilibidi itoke kama ujui. The UN has
lakini kuna do tulipewa. Yeah, I know that. See, it was just by the if you don't understand, hiyo ilikuwa excuse. Kenya was a window for us tulienda kutupwa hapa kama experiments. Na kuna do mjamaa alipewa.
Tulipewa $2 billion.
Kwa nafikiri kuingia mfuko ya mjamaa.
Sasa ile I'm expecting any soldier ambaye alienda Haiti, I'm expecting them they have a good life. Walikuwa wanalipwa kila mtu kitu kama 300 hivi, so I'm expecting saa hii wamerudi Kenya, wengine wamejenga plots, wengine wamenunua maplots. I'm expecting them to have good life after dodging barbecue. How do you dodge barbecue only to return to Cuba?
Barbecue. Barbecue, man. Barbecue. Barbecue ni shades, man. Barbecue.
How do you dodge barbecue alafu maisha yako haibadiliki? Ni kama kukaa na Osama ati unaambia life yako ibadilike.
Na huyo mtu ni mende.
Nani huyo?
Barbecue.
Amesurvive sana bana. Huyo jamani, kama mimi naona
Huyo
kuna
ni mende
magame
bana.
inacheza chezo hapo bana. Mbona hata
Huyo ni mende bana.
wataki kumkamata?
No, he's a cockroach bana. Huyo mtu akufi. Kila siku tunasikia kuna sijui aliuliwa.
Njiru na Kip, you know game ile inacheza. You know hii ni play. Ask some of us. Hii ni game. Sasa hii movie Fellow die. Unajua Fellow ni nani? Otero kufa kwa movie.
Hapana.
Movie Otero akikufa si movie itadedi na tunataka movie ya 3 hours. Sasa
na mwezi leta master mwingine.
Hapana, kuleta Otero mara mbili. Otero huwa ni mmoja.
Anaweza mtengeneza movie ya pili sasa.
Ya pili hiyo ni siku nyingine. Ya pili sasa tunatengeza kwingine. So mnataka Barbecue na ndio Otero ndio hii movie bado iendelee kuangaliwa adedisho ama ashikwe. You guys, are you serious? Otero lazima hata anapewa capacity. Kwani who gives him capacity to do what he's doing? Ni the right of the play.
Anaambua Mzito weka mambo
Weka mawe bana.
Sasa wewe hebu niambie hizo sophisticated bunde ako nazo. Yaani akitokea hivi ako nikaa Rambo. Zimetoka Kenya.
Na ako na battalion yake, ati ako na layers ya security. Like hata hiyo training anatoa wapi?
Anatoa wapi? Yes. Ndio tunajua alikuwa nini polisi nini. Lakini sasa ameadvancewa mbaya mbovu.
Hakuna watu watakufuata kama hakuna kitu wana benefit nayo. So nipike hata wewe hakuna vile watu kama 10 wanakuwa akishinda na wewe hapo atu wanasema wanakuguard and there's nothing they are benefiting. Atu wanasema tu tunapenda tu Stone PK. There must be
so Otero bado atashine mzee. Hapo sasa tunamuona ametokelezea akiwa upande wa Makariange wamepiga. Wamepiga 2-3 lakini ndio huyo amelala chini anasema ngoja kidogo. Hiyo ndio movie watoto kaa chini. That is it. Watoto keti chini.
Oh my God.
The joke of the day is when mtu anafukuzwa kwao, anaambiwa asiingie kwao, wewe jirani, hata si jirani, wewe unatokelezea huko na wendazimu yako unasema tutampokea sisi wenyewe we are experts, we'll take care kwa huyu mtu wenu ambaye amereject nyinyi waoga. So Kenya ndio imekuwa superior to US in terms of hiyo maneno. Nonsense. Kenyans take it upon yourself. And this opposition who are calling themselves our leaders, this is the time. People can say you are politicizing it, and I've never understood this nonsense about that. You don't politicize an issue. All social issues are political. Life is about politics. It's politics, the way we do our things. That is what is politics. So nobody should start saying at home, we are politicizing disease. Yeah, the way you are handling it, you are putting us at risk. We will tell you. Umekula pesa. Then prove to us ujakula pesa. Utuambie what kind of big heart you have that you want to take somebody who has been rejected by his own country.
Your story imenijaza. You can't lie to you. You don't understand story leo umenijaza.
Mkenya kuingia US ni kama unajaribu kwenda heaven. Just an ordinary Kenyan.
Alafu tunapatiwa chukua watu wetu wa diseases.
Chukua watu wetu wakufia huko kwenye mikononi yenu. But it's the worst. Hii Ruto hii hata ona mimi hata miliki chochote. He's good. He has good in everything that he does. Hapo naona anatoa this poor man. Daktari sasa ndio unasimama hapo umeandikiwa speech. You look like a monkey that is wearing spectacles trying to read. We are telling Kenyan things how Kemri is the best in the region. The best in the region, yes, but is it the best in terms of Ebola? Then why don't you have vaccine Ebola? Why hadn't you even started way ahead kuanza kufanya research of diseases that will come using the alien inaitwaje alien theories? Una imagine disease inaweza tokea inakaa hivi, uanze ku research, then you are ready. Why, if you are the expert? Lying to us. Unasema ni expert, you said you mtakuwa na HIV/AIDS the vaccination. What happened? Wakenya tokelezeni kwa street, wacha maneno ya matatu, wacha hii ni deadly kuliko maneno ya street. You need people to vote 2027. Ebola can wipe a quarter of yourself within a very short time. Unajua Njiru na keep Ebola inaweza vamia Nairobi, it cause disaster. It is not about African immunity and all that. Nothing. This is a serious thing. Nastaki kuongea juu ya theories. There are some theories behind those very funny diseases.
Na unajua Stony PK, as you say that and if Ebola can ravage Nairobi, ujue sasa inaanzia kupenetrate places zingine. Kiambu sasa tunakuwa ni disaster Hauru County. Hata Embu inafika haraka sana.
One person amepanda matri. Hiyo matri inakuwa imeambukizwa. Anashuka.
Yeah, that's the whole matter. Yeah. Kwa sababu especially with matri, the way we exchange money. Unashika mkono ya huyu, sasa unafanya hivyo. Unashika mlango ya matri, you finished. Because before you enter matri lazima ushike mlango. Na ukiingia kwanza ile ndogo, wacha metro. Hii ndogo tu. You're all touching.
Na pia kukaribiana mapua, unajua vile ukiingia saa nyingine because gari imejaa unakaribia mwingine karibu mauso zinashikana. Mumepuliziana hapo.
Yeah, you definitely exchange, na tunapenda kushake hands, salamiana. And that is how these things are transmitted, through body touch and surfaces that have Ebola.
Alafu watu wa mamunju kama akina Kip ile wanapenda mamunju. Sasa
wewe tulitoka huko, you don't kiss people banze, you don't.
Unaona ana aende kuona mtu wake, sasa inakuwa ni jambo sasa.
Ati kitu inaitwa Ebola ati wanaitanga aje hiyo kitu wamama wanaendanga usiku.
Kesha ama gani?
Sinikesha
kuna iko na jina in Kenya hiyo wa
sleepover.
Hiyo kitu sasa. Ati ana hizi enda Uganda ati juu ya Ebola. Ati Ebola ati kananifanya nisifike. Si utamuona kwa kampuni.
Sleepover. Unajua sisi hatukuwa kana sleepover Njiru bwana. Basi siku hizi dunia ni nzuri bwana. Ati mtu anakuja tu ili nilipo sleepover na anasema home. Si watu wana enjoy bwana.
Hapana, kuna kuenjoy hapo. Sisi tulikuwa tunafukuza watu, naambia bana boss, tuko na kazi.
Mtu anatoka kwao anasema anaenda kwa Stony PK sleepover.
Na anakuja na nguo moja, finally unakuta wardrobe imejaa nguo.
Upande moja ni yake.
Na huyo mtu ajai sema anakuja kwako, like ati anaambia kwako.
before you realize you're sharing wardrobe halfway.
No. Sleepover is X.
They are creative. Kama inafika level mpaka yani unajua I had some men inafika yani Andy anaanzia kuona nguo za msichana zimekuwa mingi kuliko zake. Andy anasema
inaanzaka na toothbrush. Unapata ka toothbrush hapo unashindwa bana. We did not plan this,
Nikaweza ku reverse clock mazee, hiyo sleepover is a nice thing.
No, it's not.
It's a nice one.
Umepewa time by the way.
Umepewa license. Hilo hakuna stress. Nobody will atakuja kwako.
No, there is a lot of stress because you count a lot of roses mkiachana. If it doesn't work, it is a waste of time.
It's a waste of time where shughuli ilikuwa mlikutana kwa club.
It's just a sleepover, alafu anarudi anaishia. It's nice.
Msichana mgani anarudingi say the same day bana?
No, it should not be stay over. It is sleep over.
Uliza Ann bana. Hii inakwanga
you should be
unaweka mtu unakuja Friday, anakuja Friday, anatoka Monday bana. You have things to do, my friend. You have things to do.
Keep hotel ukibook unaulizangwa, do you want bed and breakfast, half board or full board? Very specific. So na wewe ukiambua ni sleepover, it should be a sleepover. For how long? A day or 2, 3 or 4?
Inakwanga 3 days.
Sasa hiyo ikiwa ni 3-4 days, it's no longer a sleepover, it's a stay over.
Ona nakwambia it's the truth bana. Unapata in position bana. Unataka mtu atoke. You have things to do, my friend. Yo ukimaliza shughuli yako, yani unaambia mtu bana kabi na kungojea uko nje bana. Just leave.
I think let's call her. Let's tupigia akina Gachagua, akina Kalonzo, akina nani watokelezee kesho bana. Wafunge hiyo maneno. Nani nimetextiwa Kioni amesema the counties have just received a text here. The counties should counter that. That's a good one. The counties should counter this Ebola thing. Meaning what? Tukiambua hiyo sijui quarantine inawekwa Nairobi. Nairobians should all come out with the county government and say no. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Yes. Now kumbe watu wanathink. Kioni amesema hivyo, sijui amesemea wapi. Nimeambiwa hivyo. I've just received a text. Kioni has hit very hard. Ndio huyu jamaa ananiambia. Sijui kama ni press ameita ama ni nini. Maybe Njiru unaweza Google uone. Labda hiyo that's a very nice one. A very nice one. A very nice one. That counties should counter that. I think that's the way to go. Because if we deal with Ani anajua Kioni alikuwa Alpha House. Alpha we nani Njiru si tutafutie hiyo Alpha. Fanya mambo.
Wacha kwanza niwaekee Mr. Ngo alafu niwaekee hiyo Alpha ama mtaki Ngo?
Weka Ngo, weka Ngo. Weka tu vile ulikuwa umeschedule.
Usikie Oburu akisema samo ya pahali, hata kama tulikuwa tunasema uliiba kura zetu. Unajua in politics inamaanisha hata kama uliiba kura zetu tuko pamoja. I know you know that. So unajua tunapitia ni mwalimu wa psychology, you know, mtu akisema hata kama ulitulipia anamaanisha ulitulipia.
Your Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and Mama Rachel, our First Lady, and the Deputy President and his beautiful wife, and all protocols observed. I will go by that protocol. I didn't know I was going to speak, but I was really inspired by Honorable Wakasisi. When Wakasisi gave his story, of course I knew a little about it, but I didn't know as much. But Honorable Wakasisi, that thing called the death row happened in our family when I was working with the government. I was very close and I was senior in the government. And in 1982, in our country, we had an incident like a coup, an attempted coup to overthrow the government of Kenya. And my own brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, was arrested and charged with treason. We didn't know what he had done because he was also a civil servant. He was the deputy director of Kenya Bureau of Standards. They are the ones who established the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And he had gone out of the country. He was in Zambia somewhere. And then when he came back, he was arrested and charged with treason. And when I heard about treason, I knew it was something to do with death, a mandatory death sentence. But I didn't know what that cell you are talking about looked like. So when I went to see him at committee prison, I found him in dark uniform, black uniform. And I had been told that when you wear that black uniform, it means you are on the death row, that you are going to die. So when I saw him, I almost collapsed. I cried. But he told me that God is there. I'm not going to be hanged. And he laughed about it. And he consoled me. He was consoling me, and yet I was supposed to be the one consoling him. So, Honorable Wakasisi, you went through a very difficult time in order for you to come up with Jesus Christ. Raila, my brother, told me he read the Bible many times when he was there, and he also read the Quran so many times when he was there. So he knows both Quran and the Bible. He can quote them freely. He can quote them freely in his life. But here, I am a Christian. I belong to the Anglican Church. I'm here with my dear wife. Some people don't want to say they have second wives. Me, I have a second wife who takes care of me, and she's here with me. I just want her because I was given only 1 minute. She's the one who prays for our family. She's born again. Me, I'm not yet there, but she's pushing me to come closer. Can she just come and pray? And this just pray, and then I sit down. Madam, where are you? Walk faster, they will take this mic from me. Honorable Wakasisi, you are 3 years older than me. And yet they say I'm old. I'm not. And your mind is still as clear as a child of 20, 30 years. Madam, please pray for us.
Thank you.
She is the one who prays for me, prays for the whole family.
Thank you so much.
And she's born again.
Thank you. Thank you. This land of Kenya, Jehovah, and understanding Jehovah. For that I shortly.
I must say that this word reconciliation and love is pertinent in our country. Because if we don't reconcile, if we don't take political competition as a brotherly exercise enshrined in our own constitution, we just compete as brothers and sisters. We are not enemies. Don't make political competition enmity. It is not enmity. That is why President Ruto was the opponent of my brother in the last elections. I never ever dreamt that I will ever sit down with him across the table because I believed, maybe wrongly, that he stole our elections. But today we are together in a broad-based government. We are working together. And I'm saying the vision which my brother had.
Stony PK, when Mwari teacher, I believed wrongly. He stole our election. In Kiembu, kuna statement akwambia ni Kiembu.
Yeah, he believed wrongly. So
na name no wambeire Stony PK umekutana na mtu asikia mtu akisema wewe na name no wambeire we lakini wewe tina de nato tina mbere. What does that man mean?
But for him anasema he believed wrongly. That
he is making it softer. You can remove that wrongly. He is making it softer because wako na Ruto hapo.
Yeah, but that tells you, I don't want to use very strong language. Kuna watu waliniambia niwache kuwa very strong. But that is an elder in our country. And I told you, there's something that happens whenever you cross over to UDA side. So it's ridiculous. And then you keep telling us, please respect your elder. There was a forum we were and we were told, please respect Oburu. You know, he was among the few PhD holders in Kenya. What is this BS that people start giving us, that you are among the first who did? That was your time, for heaven's sake. You are 90 years old. I'm maybe 20, 30. You don't start ganeraning me how you are the first to get that. That was you then. It is irrelevant to me. Don't tell me, oh, you know, I was the first to hold this PhD. I was the first to hold this master's. I was the first. Unataka nifanye nini na wewe you are 60 years older than me? Of what is it? Of what value is it? That, oh, you should respect him because he's the only engineer in the village. So what? Now, that is why you see people are blaming the young because they can't take this kind of crap. You are telling us after all what was going on that you believed wrongly that Ruto had stolen election. So now you are believing rightly that Ruto won. So you and your brother, you subjected us to what? To death. You killed, actually you directly then, we would say, killed all those people that took part in your mandamanos and all that, saying that elections have been stolen. These are some of the statements that are very, very annoying and injurious, that people should stop. Stop telling us that, yeah, now, you know, Ruto did the, after all what Kenya went through. Then you come trying to cancel that. So it was false. You took people to the streets for knowing that very well umeshindwa kura. Surely. Somebody should advise these people. Okay? Somebody should advise these people that they are continuing to hurt Kenyans by them continuing or making those kind of statements. The other one is, yes, we had talked about that, the prayer and all this kind of a thing. And then you keep on insisting, oh, you say I'm old. When you are old, you are old. When you're old, you're old. It should not be a subject. The fact means that there are functionalities you can't. Hata hiyo kusema uko na bibi mdogo nini na nini, huyo umeolea watu tu, akina Stone PK na akina Kipu huko na akina Bioseph na wengine. So ni vizuri, it's good. Wewe unado tuletee watu wa kuenda kuvisit vile Ana anasema. You know, it is good. It's allowed. And the people will really appreciate. Unaoa for the community. Na tuko wengi, Tutakusaidia tu. Hiyo mambo inaendelea. It's good. It's sharing, which is very biblically right. Trying to share na wengine. In Dholuo, we normally say chamgiwadu, kula na mwenzako. Don't eat alone. Make sure you chamgiwadu. Giwadu. Okay.
Yeah. Are you trying to say that mzee hiyo ni ua amebeba hapo?
Ati mzee
hiyo ni ua amebeba tu hapo, hakuna kitu.
Ala, si mzee ametuletea mali. Whatever amebeba ndio, lakini unaweza kuwa umebeba tu, hata unaweza beba
tutamsaidia na hiyo kazi. Tutamsaidia na hiyo kazi.
Unaweza kuwa umebeba gala na kumbe haina maji, tutakusaidia kuchota maji na kila kitu.
Ama Njeru, you not gotten it. Njeru, sometimes you're slow. Tutasaidia mzee na hiyo kazi. Unajua there are certain functions at a certain age it needs outside help.
Yeah. Mabamba ya ziko, bamba ya saa everywhere bana. Na mavultures zinangoja.
We can assist.
Yeah.
Unajua huko kwa Manila we assist.
So are you saying hata ukifika hiyo umri usaidiwe?
Of course, sasa nitadu.
Bibi yangu atakuwa mzee bana, so
bana lazima no unless you unataka ku disobey the Nilotic and African rules. Keep. Hey. Lazima
kama Wamasai. Unajua
kwa playwright ya Atuoli ule atakuwa anakupatia dawa.
Unajua kwa Wamasai Njeru, kwa Wamasai, you know what Masais do? Unadunga tu mkuki kwa nyumba hapo kwa unadunga mkuki and anybody can come and sherekea your wife.
With the same na ile hizi advance la trim ukiingia ukifunga hivi inaonyesha vacant ama occupied.
Yeah,
so mkuki inaonyesha iko occupation huko. We kanyanga mrefu kiisiaga.
Enda ukule nyama somewhere alafu rudi
baadaye. Utarudi ngoroni. Sasa.
Niliona nyama mzee Mmasai akisema amezoewa sana. Amemaliza ati kwani mkuki inawekangwa kwake peke yake, ati kwa horia mkuki inakuanga kwake.
Naambiwa na yeye atembee sana because huwezi kuwa na wewe pia mkuki unapata every time, kwani utembeangi?
No, he was even crying sababu alikuwa anasema kwa horia anakutaka tu mkuki kwake.
Unaenda next na next.
Kwani utakuwa unatembea forever?
Si ndio, kwa sababu unatembelewa forever, hata wewe tembea forever. Utalala juu ya mti. Ama utaenda kulala lodge.
And now watu eventually who are the owners of children, mtoto ni wa nani? Hapo kuna haja ya DNA.
Community.
No, we don't. Yeah. DNA ni wazungu bana. Let me tell you, hii DNA ilikuja na wazungu. Ni ujinga sana. Watoto, you've noticed we don't do that as Tailot. Mtoto ni mtoto. Ukileta mtoto ni wetu. Yeah. We take children. We don't believe in that DNA garbage. Yeah, it's just these traditions tuliletewa na wazungu ati DNA.
I know most of you have never.
There are many Kikuyu kids that have grown up as Masais. Saitoti.
Yeah.
It's normal. It's normal. Usione ati ni abnormal.
Na ukweli wa mambo,
ule mtoto sio wako. Tuseme hivyo. Tuzoe kulea watoto sio.
Yeah. Masai.
What's the difference, honestly? Look at it genuinely, Jiro. What's the difference? Mtoto, kulea mtoto. And how do you know huyo unalea ni wako?
Yeah. We do the same as Kalenjins, like Masai. Mtoto ni mtoto.
Yeah,
That's a thing. That's a problem with how you think of children being what do you call it, thrown at you. Ni mtoto wa nani sijui nini. Kama ule mjamaa alishindwa kulea watoto, ni watoto wangu. What is wrong with that? And you know, children are a blessing.
Unajua venye watu wanauana,
I think that is a.
Are you aware that people are killing each other because of those discovery ati watoto sio wako?
That's nonsense.
Sini nakwambia ilikuja na wazungu. Ni rubbish na wazungu. That's the one thing. That's the one thing Bantus need to learn from Nilots. We don't give a shit about that garbage. Mtoto.
Wewe unasema hivyo Kiprina, and I know like there are some Nilots ambayo mtoto akifika umri ya kuenda kutairiwa lazima aende kwao. Anaambiwa enda sasa kwenyu ukatairiwe huko. What about that one?
Si kwao ni huyo foster parent huyo.
Yes.
Unasikia wengine wakisema enda ukatafute baba yako sasa. Wewe si wa huko.
Those are stupid men.
Yeah, those are
stupid men. It's very rare. And what Jerry is forgetting, he's talking about is single women. Single mothers usually tell their kids, "Uinjo babako."
Yeah.
Go look for him. Because sijapata mwingine wa kunioa, go look for your father akutairishe.
Yeah.
And you know they are deniers. Let me tell you, you know, even Ruto, just give an example of the worst person right now. Have you ever heard Ruto akideny mtoto?
No.
Never. He never. He says, yeah, ni yangu, so what?
Yeah. People are trying to that's one thing alicheza vizuri sana. People try to scandalize that. I downplay to that. Ile mbaya.
We have pride in children with Masais and Kalenjins. Yoni, that's our pride.
Even
it's our pride.
Mpaka huwa nina announce anybody who thinks ana mtoto wangu ako free ku nita negotiate na the prime minister in the house. Namwambia
ni kuthink kama ni mambo unajua na Eston PK. Have you to think?
Ati
hiyo ni mambo ya kufikiria ama ni mambo imetendeka? So why are you saying people to think reality?
No, I'm telling you, if you want to give yourself headache in jail, go do the DNA. Go do it.
Yeah.
Go have your stress. Ni ujinga bwana.
No, saa zingine ni
umelea mtoto. You see, those are the things that also brings the children to also hate you. There are things that make children to, when they grow up, vitu kama inheritance inakuja kusumbua. But if you don't even make it an issue in your own household, that you don't discuss, you make it like forbidden even to your wife to say hii kitu ya kusema ni watoto wa.
Unajua Kiprina, kitu inauma ni in the village, kila mtu anajua watoto sio wako. Watu
that is a Bantu thing.
That is a Bantu thing. Unajua hiyo kwanza unaidiminish, unairabish. That is what we did in our family.
We don't do that. We ignore that shit. Like we
na then baba yao anajulikana. Huyo anaangalia
mtu akishatoka kwa hiyo nyumba, that is it, it's over. Nobody discusses it anymore. That is your problem, bana. As Kikuyus, let me tell you, that's your problem. Yeah.
Imagine watu wanajua hata baba ya huyo mtoto. Unafikiria utakuwa na amani? Huyu analinda na hata watoto ni wanjage.
Ni okay.
Then that is your culture. Sorry, by the Stone Njeru, that is your culture. Yes, you do. What?
Yeah.
Stone, are you not aware of that?
No, I'm aware, but it's stupid. Nimekwambia, in my family, we don't do that. My grandfather was very bright. And I think because he was exposed, so much exposed that, he propagated that children were watoto. That's why you come to my family. For example, if there is any lady who got married, and then things didn't go right, and he comes back with a kid, then those people don't.
Ni mtoto wetu.
Ni wa family yangu. That's why my family is so huge. And those kids came, we accepted them. they don't even feel like walikuwa wapande. Never, never. And that is exactly what should be done by the heads of the family. Well, what the villagers want to say, they can go to hell. You can say what you want to say. It's up to you. Sijakwambia ukuje uangalie. And this is one thing I would want to do when I get into leadership. Protect children properly. Properly. That the children should not feel like they are foreigners in whichever space they are in. And they should be given their right to enjoy. That is a policy I'm going to push very seriously at whatever level. Kabisa. Hii maneno ya watoto wanarandaranda kwa mitaa ati kwa town, a small town in Kairore, in Kiritiri hapo ati watoto ati huyu mtoto ati unajua ni come on, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. Watoto wanaombaomba hapo in the local market. Surely. I mean, what do you think of that? Ati sasa unaenda hapo Kapsimoto unakuta watoto ati watoto waine watano ni chokorati wanakulia hapo kwa market. Come on.
And you know the home. And you know the home of those children.
Provide
Kwa
a
sababu
home.
DNA.
If they are denied
Kwa
to
sababu
provide.
ati kwa sababu ulifanya DNA.
What that's garbage. Siwezi taka kuisikia hiyo.
Kama ukujua kufanya kazi, hiyo ni shida zako, my friend.
Yeah. Na kama ulisaidiwa ni sawa, accept.
That is why that phrase came. Ulisaidiwa.
Yeah. Umesaidiwa.
You know, let me tell you, women, Njeru, women, inafika point, you've been trying for children for years. Alafu, every now and then, aingi. You know, psychologically, atacheza nje, not for pleasure, but to have a child. Na atapata. Na utailea. And she'll not do it to hurt you, by the way. It's just that mashini yako haifanyi kazi. Na utafanya stone, utafanywa nini? Utasaidiwa.
Utasaidiwa, which is okay. Ni kama gari kuame kwa matope na una watu hapo wanafaa.
Now, if you think about it, if there was no DNA and you didn't find out, shida ni wapi? And you know that the mind is a very strange thing for human beings. Utaishi na mtoto mpaka utaona, hey, mtoto mapua ni kama yangu. You'll just imagine it yourself. I say, this kid looks like me. Until some stupid neighbor will come and tell you, oh, unajua kumbe ni mtoto huko, then you stop seeing the child in you. Ushaisikia watu hii ujinga ya DNA. Oh, sijui nilifanya DNA na huyu mtoto alikuwa anafanana mimi sana. Yes. Who told you to do that DNA garbage? Yeah.
Oh, naona, keep to support what you are saying. You get married today. After 2-3 years, mnafanana na huyo date. I'm telling you. Mnafanana na huyo date. Because one, yani sasa mmekuwa in quote one together. You think, you sleep together, you eat together, you do all those things together. You start even thinking the same. Most of the time. Unaona? So, mnakuja mnateselete, mnaingiana kabisa. Unaona? The same thing when you continue to cohabit with such kids. You are there, you are interacting, you are eating together, you are going out together. Then you know you are jubilating together, you are indulging properly pamoja. Kwisha hiyo blending inaingiana, and then you even start psychologically thinking. You know?
Stone, inaonekana hiyo chapa ilikuwa tamu sana. Mseveni anataka hiyo kitu ya Ebola pia.
Anataka na yeye acha nisiongee.
Hata Mseveni anataka, inaonekana hiyo do ilikuwa tamu sana. I think it's in the billions of dollars.
It's a lot of money. Ni kama ile ya nini? Ni kama ile program inakuanga ya HIV. You know how much money that is? It's a money that can
just read it here.
That runs your
just read it here. Imesema hapa. Uganda offers to host American citizens exposed to the Ebola, says it has experts to treat Ebola.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like there's good money.
And
That's why Ruto cannot let go.
it's scramble for it. No, it is not that it looks. It is huge money. Huge money. Huge money, which is you will not be asked to account for. Haitaingia kwa controller of budget. Can you imagine? Who doesn't want that? Especially with the elections coming in 2027. Ruto will do anything to have extra billions to be able to buy people left, right, and center. And you will. No. So there are serious things that are waiting to happen. And that's why Kenyans have to be very vigilant. Otherwise, and sometimes ninashangaa vile naona opposition wakinyamaza hivi. Where is your mama? Your mama?
Sijaongea naye for a while. Acha nitampigia simu.
What is happening?
They are going to go to a retreat. Bro, imefika 3, wacha mimi nilale.
Aya.
Tomorrow.
Aya, wacha niweke Alpha House,
Aya.
So, Stony BK, are you there?
I'm there.
Wacha tuweke Alpha House.
Unaweza funga na hiyo.
But it was very wrong. So, mko na specific places where you wanted to do?
Kata tu hapo, unaweza kata hapo kwa aliongea, I think nimeambiwa aliongea issue mbili za watoto kuchomeka na nini na hiyo ya Ebola. That is what nimeambiwa.
Ebola quarantine center in Kenya. Any governor who allows that quarantine to be within his or her boundaries must be held to account.
Rudi nyuma kidogo.
We should be vigilant from at the county level. Tusiruhusu hiyo kitu iwekwe kwa any county. With all due respect, no Ebola quarantine center in Kenya. Any governor who allows that quarantine to be within his or her boundaries must be held to account. We should be vigilant from at the county level. Tusiruhusu hiyo kitu iwekwe kwa any county. Kama ni Nairobi, watu wa Nairobi ikikuja kwa area yote, sisi watu wa Nairobi, we should come out and protest.
Why do you think Kenya is signing up for this?
Because somebody is being paid. Hii ni pesa.
Wait, we want to sell.
I want to tell you, for that to happen, somebody will be paid. And they will make good money as you die.
How much money can you be paid to host Ebola patients? Sincerely,
when your morals and your values are warped, you don't need a lot of money.
Hey there, and welcome to Fanya Mambo Africa. It's been a sad day for Kenya and week towards the end of it because we've had a tragedy where we've lost so far at least 16 students through a fire that occurred in Utumishi Girls. So we send our condolences and love to the families of the bereaved. Also, there's just a lot going on politically in this country, and we brought back the deputy party leader of Jubilee, Jeremiah Kioni, with us in studio today, just to look at these things and to understand what is going on and why these things are happening. Kioni, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
How is it going?
It's difficult to say how the going is with this kind of a tragedy that has hit our young people in Nakuru. And I want to join Fanya Mambo in saying pole to the parents and even to the colleagues. The wale ambao wamebaki, they are also traumatized.
Yeah.
Wishing those who are now hospitalized quick recovery, but also asking that we need a clear, it's something that we can understand. This is not the first time. We're just talking, and you can see it's almost a year.
Yeah.
2 years actually, since we were hit again by a similar tragedy. Huko pande ya Kieni, Darasha, the Hillside School. Again, we lost very, very many young people. We were promised that we will be told what happened, and measures will be put in place to ensure that this kind of thing does not recur again.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate that we wake up with this kind of a loss again, 16 kids. Earlier on in the day, I was talking to a parent who has a young one in a boarding school. And she was telling me that it traumatizes her because the last time during the Endarasha, she didn't sleep for a whole week. She would wake in the middle of the night and wonder what is going to happen. And the child is not in Endarasha, but it is a young boy in a boarding school. And so it hits everybody one way or another. Of course, the biggest loss is that these parents. But again, this school, I am told, and reliably so, that it also has quite a number of kids from officers of the army, officers of the police force.
Yes.
And it is not that it should have more special attention, but it is also not located so far away from the army.
Yeah.
So how would we lose 16 kids? Where there must be something wrong, either the construction materials, there must be something wrong with the whole of that.
Yeah.
Which makes it difficult for us to rescue before we have such huge numbers. Not that even one child should die from this kind of a tragedy. But it is actually very horrifying to wake up in the morning to this kind of news. While we are in a country that is in need of so many solutions, so many things. Now to wake up again with this kind of a loss, it's really just horrifying, and I want to join and say Paul to the parents. It's a terrible thing.
I mean, the bigger question people are asking is, as you've said, there's an army barracks that's closed. There's the AP school. I think there's the NYS. Then what does that say about our response? Of course, I know the police operate with command.
Yeah, but when there is fire, do you wait for a command? I mean, emergencies are emergencies. And I would expect that all those security organs or agencies or institutions have all those facilities. It cannot be a place like Kenya where perhaps people are going to come from 40, 50 kilometers away. These are people who are just next door. Na hata kama si kwenda na fire fighting equipment or whatever. I mean, I honestly cannot believe that that would happen when those security agents are that close. It should not happen. We are not commending them for having stepped in quickly to avert a tragedy.
Yeah.
It's also speaking for him about how we are managing our own institutions, and especially these security institutions. I do not know, and I don't want perhaps to say, when we were in Kiambu, the more head of state talked to the security agents. Please ensure that we don't drift. That was another topic.
Yeah.
Perhaps it is time to talk to these agencies and call upon them to be prepared for this kind of emergencies. Every country prides itself when the officers, uniformed officers, are able to respond to these issues, and in a manner that makes you proud of being a Kenyan and brings out patriotism.
Yeah.
This is not the case this morning.
Something else now that people are even questioning is that a lot of our security budget goes to these institutions. If they're not in a position to go and rescue children because there is a fire, but the budget, even in the current budget, the defense security budget keeps going higher, then how do we justify the usage?
And when we were doing the constitution, I remember we had that debate, and there were those people who were very keen to say that the army should never be called out to do anything civilian or within the country. Their work is to defend the borders. And we had that long debate, and we agreed there is no use of having an army that cannot respond to emergencies even within the country.
Yeah.
We don't expect anybody to come fighting us from outside the country. Fine, we have to be prepared.
Yeah.
So we actually provided for that. That provision in the constitution is there, that our army, while it is meant to guard our borders, will be available at short notice to deal with the emergencies. And certainly, when you look at the budget, which is also not properly audited, a huge amount of money goes towards the army.
Tony PK.
Yeah.
And Julia, maybe what a Julia react, Julia, at the army ndio inafaa kurespond to on the disasters in Kenya. Can you react to that?
Okay, the see at Inafa, but they have always come to. I've seen the army several times in Kenya coming to facilitate rescue management. Sio mara ya kwanza. I think we saw them in the Mai Mahiu flood thing. Even during floods, we've seen them coming to rescue, to play rescue. So sio itakuwa mara ya kwanza. So it's not like we are saying they are the ones who should do that, but it is expected that because they have the equipment, the resources, that they will be of much help, even for the people of Kenya. You realize that even America employs the National Guard in terms of crisis. Njiri wa unajua hivyo. So unajua America also employs the National Guard in terms of crisis. So our army is like the American National Guard, and when the other forces the problem is too big and requires resources and expertise, we expect that we have that expertise in our army. And why people are complaining is because that school is just next to the army camp. So when there was a cry for help, who acted, who did what was done? Did anybody come in to rescue those children? Those are the questions that Kenyans are asking. We are not saying they're the ones who are supposed to do that, but nikuulize Njiru, kama kuna shida, do you start deciding who is supposed to do that, or you solve the problem first? Like if we have an earthquake or something, do you start negotiating who is supposed to do this, who is not supposed to do this, or you solve the problem? And I think most countries, that is what they do. Upper America, something happens, you see the police, you see the fire rescue, you see even the National Guard activated. Like the fires in California, sometimes I think the National Guard is activated. So it's not because that is their work, but because in times of crisis, everybody's supposed to come in. So I think they are asking why that was not done. But I would like somebody to tell me, sijui kama Njiro umefanya ukaguzi wa hiyo shule inakaaje? Does it have storage building? I understand that children were buying, walikuwa naruka kutoka juu. How many stories are there in that school? That is question number one. Then are there emergency exit doors? Then nimesikia Kioni akisema ati wakati wa Indarasha, a parent was crying saying that mtoto wake ako boarding. Then why is your child in boarding school? And then you continue crying. You know, Kenyan parents are also to blame for this in one way or the other. I'm telling you, they are to blame because they like running away from responsibility. That's why they have put their children into boarding schools. And anybody listening to me and your child is boarding school, you're in that group of parents who are irresponsible, who do not want to have their children with them. Utumishi Academy, is it a primary school or high school, Njiru? There's a high school session I'm aware of. Hii ya wasichana ilikuwa nini? Ilikuwa primary ama ilikuwa high school? Njiru, kuna those details. I'm just asking. It's not a rhetoric question. I'm hoping that you have some answers. Kama unaweza kuwa na hiyo information, unisaidie nayo.
Ask again.
Is that a primary school or is it a secondary school?
High school. It is a replica of Moi forces. Zile mashule za Kenya zinazomekananga ni za jeshi. Utumishi.
Kwa hivyo ni kama ile ya boys school. So my take is, has that school observed the safety standards? When I was teaching in Kenya, let me say that I taught when Matiang'i was cabinet secretary. So I know the expectations that were passed. and the Basic Education, I don't know whether it is 2018, Basic Education Act. Sikumbuki ni which act was that, but I need to look it up. There's some of the regulations that were passed, and that was in the Basic Education Act, that first and foremost, no schools should have more than two stories. Like, yani isipite, unaona Kenya kivu anasemanga kuna ground floor na first floor. Isipite first floor. That is what was one of the rules. Secondly, the requirement was that dormitories have two exit doors. The third requirement was no windows should have these grills, no doors, no the windows, and the exit doors were required to be kufunguka to outside, si ndani. Yani you can push it na inafunguka to into kutoka nje. Those were the requirements, and those requirements are supposed to implement even in the classrooms. Na kuna shule mingi zilibomolewa madirisha zikatolewa grills na milango. That is because of the school fires that had been there. Now, having said that, if you revisit the story of Kieni was a primary school, and children were locked in those doors, with those doors and all that. Let me ask the Kenyan parents, for how long are you going to have your children in those boarding schools? And then how many deaths are enough for the Kenyan parents to change their mind and decide that I cannot have my child in a boarding school? Because my solution is kill all these boarding schools and have day schools. We do not need boarding schools. Boarding schools are a scam in Kenya. That is a biggest solution to all these shenanigans. Ati watoto wamechomwa, sijui watoto walienda on strike, or sijui walienda on rampage. Have you ever had Americans just going on rampage na vile mnajua tabia yao inakaanga? Sijui mnajua vile watoto wako Jiru. Mshasikia wameenda on rampage? No, because at the end of the day they stay in school and go back to their parents. They just stay in school for a few hours, they go back to their parents. So they don't have room for these shenanigans you see in Kenyan schools. You know what? These Kenyan schools, these children, a lot of them feel neglected by the parents, because a lot of the parents have simply dumped their children there. So whether people are trying to say at that there's circumstances surrounding that fire, I don't know who can explain unless we have a good report from the police or evidence providing. Students may have caused that fire. Criminals from outside may have done that. Anybody could have done that. But going forward, my question is, how do we prevent such? One of the things to prevent that is simply eliminate boarding schools in Kenya. Kama unataka kupeleka mtoto wako boarding, mpeleke private boarding school at your own risk. When shida zako, wewe umeamua kutupa mtoto wako, when ndio umeamua. Si serikali imekuambia umpeleke. Let children walk to the nearest school. Ile shule iko Kangaru. Shule yenu ni Kangaru School, Jiru. Kangaru ikuwe inaitwa Kangaru Community School. Kangaru Boys or Kangaru Girls. Sini shule mbili. Kuna girls na boys. Hiyo shule ikuwe na principal moja na deputy principal kama 4 ama 6 of them. Because that could be a very big school. Itwe Kangaru Community School. All the children in that surroundings, hiyo location yote, ukifanya mtihani sijui ni what grade, unaenda unajiandikisha kwa hiyo shule, unaenda na kitambulisho ya mama yako na birth certificate. Kama birth certificate yako inasema umezaliwa Nairobi, usichukuliwe. Unaenda muna prove nyinyi na wazazi wenyu nyinyi you are locals, that your child will be walking to that school. And then all those boarding facilities zibomolewe zikuwe madarasa ama labs, and you'll have solved that problem.
So, Julia, what is the pretext? Like nataka unielezee, like Kenyans believe unless mtoto akuwe boda hawezi soma.
Hapana, hiyo ni uongo, hiyo ni scam.
Is that the reality?
Hiyo ni scam.
Kenyans cannot, and you can see And that thing is supported by this Koroso argument that watoto wa boarding uperform kuliko watoto wa day school.
Hapana, hiyo ni scam.
On average.
I can tell you why it's a scam. I can prove to you why it's a scam. The whole system has been facilitated by both the teachers and the parents and the school principals. And get who eats the money? The school principals and government officials, district education officers and all that. I mean, county director of office now in Guinea. Na serikali. So, you know how it runs? Unaona, watoto, it is made to feel that these children must be taught at night. You PK, Miss Julia Banani and Jiru because Jiru is younger. But me and PK are evidence that we did not have to be taught at night.
Yeah, unajua wewe na Stone PK you are jointed at the hip. Munaweza ongea na msikizane. Go ahead.
PK kuja hapa unisupport. Me and you can prove to the people watching here that we were not taught at night. Me, I enjoyed all my school life. Mimi hata baada ya fanya KCP tulikuwa tunapita kwetu kulikuwa na cup space ya kucheza banya. Unajua panya ile game ya wasichana ya panya ya kuhorabia. Tulikuwa after mtihani
amekuja sababu anaelewa hizi vitu.
Okay, after mtihani ya kwanza English afternoon wasichana walipita kwetu. Sio masomo ilikuwa serious hivyo. I'm talking about KCP. Wewe najua PK atakufanya KCP. After those 3 days there was fun in what I'm trying to say. We didn't have to read like we were dying tomorrow. And that did not prevent us from passing our education and succeeding. Me nimecheza banya mpaka high school. At people are teaching children at night. What is wrong with these people?
You know, Julia, you are very right. You know, I think it's good you know, when I tell people like me why I would want to be in leadership in Kenya, it's because of some very drastic policies that I would want to push for. One of them is number one, what you just said. Meaning, I enjoyed my school life, but I would want to become and start again, all over again. It's the best time I had on earth. From nursery, class 1, all the way mimi nilienjoy shule Julia, mpaka ilikuwa tunafunga shule na lia. Imagine, start shule ifungwe. Why? Shule, there is no way nilikuwa naamka saa 12. Never.
Imagine, na mkiwa primary class 1, mkiwa mnafika shule sijui saa 3, mnasoma mpaka saa 5, saa 6. After that is play. Play. Yani
tulikuwa tunafanya class 1 to class 1 to standard 4 ilikuwa ni half day.
Half day.
Yani unless sasa ikuwe for example wazazi hawatakuwa nyumbani saa 6 saa 7 ukifika, then ulikuwa unakubalishwa mnakaa shule mko kwa kiwanja mkicheza play. Then when it comes to sasa ile at serious class 5 kwenda juu ndio sasa mna prepare. School ended at 4.
Period.
4. Yes. 3:30 actually. The bell 3:20. I still remember the timetable. 3:20 kengele inapigwa, mnatoka. Mnaanza kuenda games, nini, kuna hard work, zilikuwa zinaitwa nini hizo. So mimi naulizanga, hii watoto wanaingia shule saa 12, ati mtoto anaamshwa 4:30, 5:30. And I told me in my family, I told my wife, never, none of my children, none. Nilikataa kutoka kitambo, nikasema I don't give a damn. Na nikaambia na ninasema hata shule, I don't want my child to come to school at 6 to do what? 6 o'clock to do what? A kid. Hata kama ni standard 8 hiyo wanasema, nilisema acha. And then this sijui extra tuition, sijui nini. What is this? Imekuwa na ndio wengine wanakuwa idiots. Yet you have all this sijui tuition, mnalipa extra for teachers, sijui to do. That tells you how boring and useless the education system has become. I'm telling you. I know people want to praise things like that, but there is no way a child of primary school level is supposed to be in class at 5:30 at ni studies anatoka jioni, anafika home saa 4 usiku saa. Come on, what are we talking about? These are zombies we are developing. Now, number 2, Julia, I support you. I hate boarding. Mimi niliitwa mangu. And I love the way my dad supported me. Niliitwa mangu because for us nikaitwa mangu na nikaitwa sister school yake inaitwa Aquinas. Do you know I told my dad, niliingia mangu hivi nikaona kwanza number 1 wamevaa vinyasa na mimi ni mtu wa city. Nilirudi the next week nikaambia daddy, mimi wacha niende hii day school. Yeah. After all ni under the same father, Catholic father, the same. So quickly I went to day school. You know why? Because I still did not believe, and thank God my parents also did not believe in boarding. Boarding. Who is taking care of watoto huko boarding? One teacher? No, it doesn't work as much as we do that. So Kenyan parents do that to dump their children away, because you realize Kenyan parents, especially these days, because of that stress, they prefer when kids are away in school. Those days, sisi tukisoma, we did everything ourselves. I can't remember any time my dad sat to do homework na mimi. Never. Or my mom, of course, she was not literate at your level. So there is no way dad ananingoja hapa tufanye homework pamoja. Au nini hiyo sasa? Sasa siku hizi nasikia ati mzazi na mtoto ni the same, wamerudi shule. Mpaka I sympathize with my madam. You know? Those things we should say no. What kind of system is this? Ndio nataka kujua, what kind of system is this that now parents have to go to school, back to school with watoto? Kwani what is this that is being taught? That the kid can't figure it on his or her own? What science is this that is so difficult? You know? So for me, I think, and I'm so much against. So what we should do, Julia, as you're saying in terms of policy, is Sisi primary, we were walking to every estate in Nairobi had a school, primary school, and it had a tunaitanga nursery. Sisi tulikuwa tunaziita nursery, it was not kindergarten. Akanjo kindergarten or nursery for that estate. Those of you people who went to Nairobi late when it was messed up. So there is no way you would walk at Institute for 1 hour to school. No way. If you are in Eastland, we had a primary school big in every other estate. If not, at least one between 2 estates. Number 3, when it came to construction, I cannot remember seeing any of the school that had more than ground floor na floor moja. Sikumbuki, I can't remember where, because when I look at the ones that zilikuwa za ghorofa, ilikuwa ni ghorofa moja. One, hata ungeruka. In fact, some of us used to jump, alafu mwalimu anatuchapa sana, you know, when we are playing. Unachapa, unashika hiyo pipe, unateleza, because it was just 1 floor up. All right? And they were built by the European standard. We had exits. They had no grills. Our schools had no grills. If they have grills now, they must have added piawizi and all that. We would even enter classrooms through the window. Watu wangu. Ilikuwa yani inakumbuka naughty boys wakichapwa na walimu ndio wameona wakipitia kwa dirisha ama wakirukia kwa dirisha. So what we are saying, these policies were there. What has happened is, again, leadership that has made everything to be reversed into the mediocrity that we have today. Yeah. So basically, if every other estate or village, for example, for that matter, then what we need to do is increase in the rural areas. Do what you are calling community schools. Let's have at least a child should not walk for more than talk about let's say a kilometer or maybe 2 max. Let's have those schools. Yeah, in every other, you know, like mine, in my ward we have 24 villages, and if you can have a school in every 3 villages, because they are very neatly close to each other, then you have 3 or 4 major schools for the higher education. And then, of course, also, these other tertiary colleges, which we used to have within the vicinity. I tend to think that is when we shall be revamping, killing two birds with one stone, in terms of security for the kids, and also in terms of, enhancing enough learning space. So yes, we have to reverse those kind of things. Otherwise, we'll be singing these songs of watoto wako unsafe, wako this. And when you look at even the security system at shule, unakuta imeandikiwa askari ati watchman, tumuzae tuwili na shule ina watoto 1,000. Tumuzae tuwili ati ndio tuko duty usiku. Sasa hiyo unasema nini? Hao watoto wako on their own. So whether somebody decide to be mischievous, akuja atupe moto hapo, actually ni Mungu tu analinda hao watoto in boarding schools, Julia, and all those who are listening to us. There is nothing, hakuna system that is very protective for these kids. Ni uongo tu. Back to you, Njiru.
So you see, and then you see what annoys me. Parents now are like, sijui mwalimu angefanya hivi, and then tomorrow bado wamepeleka watoto wao hizo boarding schools. Unaona, right now we should have a massive walkout from boarding schools to make a statement, right, PK?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Especially those who are primary, we should have a massive walkout from boarding schools. They make a statement, and then we hear that watoto walihamishwa, walitolewa shule. I mean, that would make the government make a move. Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah, and these are some of the things, and again, I keep on saying we must get a serious leadership on it, because we have either to revert back to what used to work. Yeah, we had very many day schools in our time, Julia. Very many.
In fact, with this confusion, CG, I don't know what kind of education. First, we revert to it for 4 to anzia hapo. Then we decide what's going on. Ati mara watoto wametolewa kwa hii shule PK, sijui wameenda sijui grade 6 na 7, sijui wapi, sijui tena wametoka huko, sijui wamekuja wapi. I mean, you see Magoha. Is it Makoha or Magoha? Magoha. When they try to implement this new system, Magoha had gone around constructing at least 2 new classrooms in every school. I think Kasongo decided he cannot do that. What did he say? Watoto wakae kwa the old school. Waendelee na sijui or grade what? I don't know grade what. Confusion. Now, Kasongo has messed it. Everything is just a mess. We should just revert back to our 844 and then tuanzia hapo. Let children, we see how can we improve this 844 to match the market, the labor force and the labor force that we need and the market. How can we build on that? What do we need to improve? Is it the curriculum? Is it walimu tupeleke training tena? Is it what resources do we need? That is what we should sit down and think about, tukubaliane. Tunataka watoto wetu wakimaliza form 4, tunataka wakuwe they should be able to do what? Are they employable? Okay. Are our students in form 4 employable? That is what we need to think about. Are they employable? If they're not employable, then we need to look at the curriculum. What are we teaching them? Are we teaching them things that they don't need? You see, are we wasting resources on a lot of things that they don't need? That is what we need to ask ourselves. See, Mara, CG, what EBs? Oh my God! And then parents, I don't know, are printing stuff with computers. CG kwa cyber, all confusion, takataka, nothing heading nowhere. I mean, teachers have not been taken for in-service for this new system of education. The same teachers you expect them to implement, they need to go for in-service training. I mean, if we can't take the chance for in-service training, we can't provide the resources. Let us go back to our system and then let us build on that and produce better citizens. We have always revisited our curriculum. We have KIE, Kenya Institute of Education, and curriculum implementation. We can always go back and visit our curriculum and decide what we want to teach our children. And then we take our teachers for in-service and decide this is what we want to implement. And let us have our schools, PK, the schools that we have in Kenya right now can provide access to equitable education to all Kenyans if they just walk to the nearest school. We only need to revisit and think about maybe the semi-arid areas and think We have pastoralist communities. How do we help them? You know, we look at those areas. Lakini ukiangalia kama Mount Kenya, pika ukiangalia kwenye kuna shule ngapi hapo kwenyu? Kuna ile shule kubwa, kuna zingine 3 ndogo hapo around. Sijui kuna mpaka saa zingine I taught in a school in Kirinyaga County. A very good school, a high performing school. Iko na how many labs? Iko na lab ya biology, lab ya chemistry, lab ya physics, iko na computer lab, iko na home science lab. I think they have around 7 or 8 labs, laboratories, and they have, of course, a lot of resources, books. Vitabu kwa hiyo shule ni the ratio of 1:1, and in fact 2:1. Like a student can have 2 textbooks in a class. Amekuwa na shule. Na hiyo shule it provides notebooks, exercise books. Mwanafunzi akiingia every year anapewa 12,200 page exercise books. Kazi ya mwalimu ya mzazi ni kununua nini? Penseli na pens. Okay? So then across the fence, PK, kuna shule ingine hapo imeanzishwa yenye hata hakuna lab na hakuna walimu. So me, I'm wondering, what is this now? These children going to this school without resources. They should walk to this other big school and learn there. Because there are teachers there, there are books there. Are they not Kenyan children? Why should some children go to this fence? Nakwambia fence. What separates those two is a fence. Sasa wasichana wa hii shule kubwa wanaendaga pale kwa gorofa kwa lab, wanaanza kuchukuza wale watoto wa hii shule ingine. Ati habari zenyu mlikula leo. Those kind of insults. Let me say this. Those are Kenyan children. They should have been given a chance to walk to that school with resources. They should not be discriminated. So Mimi, I belong to the school of thought that the next government should implement day schools, day secondary schools, day primary schools. Kama wewe mzazi unajisikia sana, una haja na mtoto wako, peleka body, peleka private, na usituambiage mara mtoto alichoma sijui alipelekwa wapi. Peleka huko private wenye unaona wewe hutaki kukaa na mtoto wako, wewe peleka huko private. Like, let the Kenyan children go to day school and be told they go back to their parents. Let them be given equitable access to quality education. So me, that's my take, PK Nanjiru. With that, we shall solve all this drama. Mara watoto walichomwa, mara wali walk out, sijui walifanya nini, walipewa chakula mbaya, sijui walifanywa shadiresi ikurukire. PK imeingia mara mbili. What's going on?
Nimeingia. Tatoa moja. Yeah, I think hiyo unajua, once tuliingiza biashara kwa education, again corruption, ikakuwa it's like the way churches, you know, these days karibu kila mtu anataka kujenga church hapo kwake nje because ni biashara. So education now also superseded that. We wanted excellence, we went into biashara. And then Julia, that's why ukijenga duka, ukifungua duka hapo kwa local center, utakuta ukianza kuuza viatu, watu watafikiria Julia lazima anapata profit. Somebody comes stupidly and starts another shop ya kuuza hizo tu viatu unauza. You know, we are not very very creative. So now you have a very good school that is it's good. By the way, for me, I believe any school can perform. It's only our system is rotten. We know we have failed to improve on what really should be in our education system. Because that, number one, when we will appreciate that every child is gifted differently, we take that as a policy, then we shall have made it. Number two, that every child in Kenya is free to attend into any school, whether it's Alliance, whether tuache hiyo maneno ya ukoloni ati Axel sijui Alliance. Wacha tuchukue huyu D student aende akakae na huyo A student wasome shule moja. We see what will happen. I don't know who will come and implement that. Julia, you are a teacher. I don't want to be told that this class is only of A students ndio ninafundisha mathematics. I want to teach even that D student. Hiyo mathematics ninafunza ama hiyo English ninafunza. Yes, let me see. Let me see how they will. I know they will not get the same, and that's the beauty of it. They cannot all 35 be having A in my subject. Yeah, I want to have that A, B, C, D, and all that. That's okay, but let them have that holistic mentoring, that atmosphere of an alliance to all of them, because we are molding them for the future. That's why we want to have quality. Yes.
At Kasharage Secondary School is on fire.
Again, another one, eh?
Kasharage Girls on fire.
Hiyo iko wapi? Murang'a. Kasharage ni Murang'a ama ni Kiambu?
Iko Murang'a.
Oh, Kasharage ine.
Ni Kasharage, sijui Kasharage. I don't know.
I know the village, it's the area, or whatever it's called, Kasharage ine. I know that.
It is Irongo Kangata report in Daily Nation.
Hiyo sasa imeanza. Hiyo ndio diversion, ndio mabills ipite na nini na nini. Ma rituals.
It's like a country possessed by demons. Unaona, mimi wacha tu niseme kitu. Hii moto, we had these fires in the days of Moi. Mnakumbuka story ya is it Bambul, some school in Ukambani?
Yes.
And another one in Nanyuki, the days of Moi. Is it tragedies zilikuwa wakati wa Moi? Zimerudi wakati wa Ruto. What is wrong with these people?
Tutaanza kupigwa na kitu. Mtu mmoja anakujanga hapa anaitwangwa kibongong, sijui
we are just analyzing statistics and asking ourselves what is wrong with these people.
Yeah, something is very, very, very wrong. Something is very wrong. Very, by the way, very wrong. And I keep on saying it's something we should address. Why is it that when we have them, this is when we are having those kinds of...
Kuna shida tu watuambie wanaendaka kwa shetani mgani hata wao. Ama watuambie tu kwa sababu there's something very wrong with them. Umeongea juu ya corruption. You talked about teaching national school. Do you know Magoha alikuwa ameanza hiyo unatusema PK. Do you know Magoha alikuwa ameintroduce day school Pangani girls alliance and I think Nenana school alikuwa ameintroduce watu kalalamika akasema hao ni wa Kenya. What do you mean we can't have them in those schools? Look it up. There was a day class in Pangani girls. Day class. Alikuwa ameweka a day class.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I remember Pangani girls and I think Alliance sijui Lenana watu kaanza sijui Nairobi school na Lenana watu kaanza kusema ati mnachanganya akauliza mnasema nini hao ni wa Kenya. What do you mean they cannot go to Pangani girls? They are Kenyans.
Yeah, because his argument was you are saying you don't have enough accommodation. Okay. Then if there is not enough accommodation, there will be day school. They'll go and come back home.
Yeah, and in my school yenye nilikuwa nafundisha alijenga 2 classrooms. Akasema the 2 classrooms will be for day scholars. But akasema sijui day scholars sijui kwa wakasema this is a public school. And all Kenyan children are entitled to. In fact, that my school was to admit both boys and girls. Na ilikuwa girls school. Wacha majambazi waingie kwa serikali. Hao majambazi mpaka wakasema watoto wakata kwa primary school asiende secondary.
But you see majambazi walikuja ndio wao wanaangalia education as a business resource outfit. Yeah, it's anything. Whenever you look at anything as a business venture, Julia, then you lose it. You lose. Unapoteza the essence of it. When you take education as the way to mint money, that's when you go wrong. Okay, that's when you start having a teacher overwhelmed. You are told to teach 90 students and you are alone. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then what do you expect? And then you also want to start stealing exams and clarify how your school is the best performing so that you have as many as possible. Ndio upata pesa. Principals are very rich people.
Wow. Very rich people. They are richer than members of parliament.
Kabisa, I know, because they eat money that is not audited at all.
Let me ask you, nyinyi mnajua mshahara ya TSC, at least mimi najua mshahara ya TSC, hata wewe pekee unajua. Na let me say, tell Kenyans here, Teacher Service Commission for a long time never paid principals more than their teachers. The preschool principals were paid on the basis of job groups. So if you are in job group M, na wewe ni principal, uko unalipwa kama mwalimu wa job group M. Si ati ulikuwa unapewa mshahara ya kando ati wewe ni principal. Sasa mnataka mjiulize wa Kenya, hizo magari wako nazo na manyumba hizo walitoa ni bank gani iliyopatia loan wa milioni 100 ama because their properties over 100 million, which bank gave them those loans and how do they qualify for those loans to invest they have invested? So and then they sit, those principals, they sit with the board, wanapanga a levy, and then they bribe some two parents wa PTA, wanaenda kwa mkutano ya AGM, mzazi mmoja ana propose that we need students to be taught in the morning and we need to pay teachers, I don't know this much amount of money. Mwingine ana propose, mwingine ana second, rather than mwingine anaweka third support. Sasa wazazi wengine wanashangaa, tena tumeongezewa pesa inaongezewa, fee inaongezewa every day, every year, every academic year. Maprincipo yenu wanasema wananunua bus yenye haijaimaliza kulipwa. Did you know that their children, their schools, where parents have paid for one school bus for over 10 years?
I know.
And why does the school need a school bus anyway? Why even those small kwashako schools zanunua school bus za nini?
Ya biashara, matatu, that's a public transport bus ya kurent. Yeah, that is money. That is money. Principals pocket money here straight away. You know, and it is sad. I remember when in the school where my daughter was, they would dread when I'm on leave and then they hold a meeting. They would know nikiingia kwa hiyo. When I discovered now what you have described, because there was one parent who was always proposing and then another one seconding.
Yes.
And they are pretending to be very active. They are volunteers. Tunaambua ni volunteers. Kumbe they are on pay. You know? Mimi nilibust hiyo bubble mpaka nikatolewa ile nilikuwa head of ile parent, unakuwa wewe ndio stream hiyo ni wewe umesimamia. They overthrew me when I was away. Wakasema my because of my job naenda nje, sometimes they need urgent meeting and I'm not available. Yeah, but it's because I was flagging all those things kwa my inaitwaje parents teachers you know, like I was very opposed to. At one time we bought 2 buses. Okay. Then before we even complete paying, tunaambiwa tununue ingine. Then I asked, and it's a lot of money to contribute. Then I asked, if we have 2 buses, why don't you use one of the buses as a collateral then? If you must have the third one and relieve us parents, chukweni hiyo ya pili au ya kwanza, isimamie hiyo ya tatu mnataka. Ala? Because already you are earning from the 2 buses, you will be able to pay the loan. Our parents wali clap. Hiyo pesa tulikuwa tunaambiwa tutoe the third bus hatukutoa, because I realized hiyo pesa yote tutatoa itakuliwa na huyu jamaa na watu wake. Straight.
Sina board wanagawanya tu na si board peke yake. Unaona hao account director wanakujanga kwa hiyo mkutano ndio wachotewe.
Yeah.
Wanachotewa wananyamaza.
Na the local leaders because wanakujanga ati kwa board, sijui wengine ni expert, sijui nini, nonsense bana. Corruption. But
wacha nikwambie siri, what we should do, disband all boarding schools. No more buying of school buses. Ukitaka kununua basi unabia unataka kununua ya nini? Then unaona hii pesa inatumwa that is sent to the children. Let me tell you, use biometric to register the children. Use biometric. Unaona, watoto wakirudi shule wanaingia na biometric, so that you don't give us ghost students and ghost schools. We only finance and fund those who are in the schools. Secondly, centralize things like provision of textbooks and notebooks. Unasema Kirekwere boys, you have 2,000 students. So this academic year, you will need this number of notebooks. Okay, now 200 pages. Now, exercise book, I mean, textbooks. Do you look at the books that the schools have and find that do you really need even to buy more books? Yeah, if the schools cannot account for the books that have been bought before, kwanza msimamishe hiyo principal either alipishwe aseme zile vitabu tumenunua zimeenda wapi. What are the textbooks that we have been buying? You see, let the principals account even for a single textbook that is bought in that school. Now, lab equipment, let them account them. Do you know, PK, tunapanga laptops hapa America za shule. Unajua iwezi pita airport? Haiwezi pita. Iko na label ile mbaya. Haiwezi pita, tunaenda home nayo.
Wow.
Okay. This is government property. It can't. It is a property of America. So label staff za Kenya, kila kitu, yani ikue ukipatikana nayo wewe unafungwa jera.
Yes.
And we make them accountable for every single coin that the government is spending on the Kenyan children. Let the children log in and sign into schools using biometrics. But what can be is expensive. I knew children who signed in using biometric even in 2018, 2016, 2017. There were schools mtu anaingia shule akirudi shule wako na biometric pale kwa gate, mzazi anapata text messages anaambiwa your son has arrived in school. Yeah? The son has signed out of school. So see a big deal it will be so costly. No, make this school. I'm telling you, if you do that, people will no longer want to become school principals. Alafu the last thing, kureport wealth yako. Mtu kama uko na this property, tell us ni bank gani ulienda ikakupatia loan wa milioni 500. You can invest up. If you can prove that, we'll be okay with you. I'm not trying to say that it's bad for people to invest or to have wealth, but I'm just saying let people be accountable, held accountable. Hiyo story wazazi kwa kuchangwa pesa ati kuna levy, sijui levy ya nini. This thing, that's why we just need to wacha vile Kasungu alikuwa anajifanya leo ni leo ama ni jana. Ati akishindwa ni sawa. He needs to go like yesterday.
Hiyo si ni decoy, tumediscuss hiyo sana. Hiyo ni kujida. Umewahi kupiga nyoka unaipiga there's some snakes that are very tricky. Inajidai imededi. That's why you find people, human beings, ukipiga nyoka hata ukiua like in our area huwa tunachoma, lazima ichomwe traditionally. Because unaweza fikiria umeiua kabisa, hata ina pretend imededi. When you turn to go ndio unaona kitu imekurukia. That is Kasongo now. He wants to pretend like, oh yes, I've had you. Why? Because he realized the blunder his team has made, in the last week and in the last 2 weeks, the utterances, and they have exposed themselves and confirmed what Kenyans really fear most, So now, this strategy was just to use that reverse now. Try and, show like, yes, all these fears, no, it will not be that, And what is so big deal with that meeting? Simply being in a podium and saying, nikishindwa nitatoka. Sini mdomo inasema. Alright? Watu wanasemanga mdomo ndio inasemanga naenda choo na si hiyo ndio itaenda kufanya hiyo mambo. So mdomo can say nitatoka, nitafanya, nitawela, nitanini, but nothing. That is not what he will do. He's just fooling us and kind of lulling the Kenyans. Waseme tutanini, and also invoking hii maneno ya religion tena sasa. Wokovu ndiye ameirudisha kwa nguvu, maombi, kusameheana. Na muambi mnasameheana ni
PK, nilisikiza Rachel aliomba. I can't stand their faces, so I didn't even listen.
Ni Rachel ama ni bibi ya Uburu?
Who was praying?
Ni bibi ya Uburu ya pili, Gachungwa.
Watu wako na tabia mbaya, they are just sleeping around.
Gachungwa ndio ndio iliambiwa iombe ati you say I'm old.
I have a young one.
You say I'm old and I have a young one. Baka kaambia huyo bishop ama ni nani, you are older than me, sijui na miaka 3. You see now I have my young one. Why are these people saying I'm old?
I'll let him ask his sons whether they are helping him.
I'm telling you, ndio tumeongea hiyo sana na akina Kip, tukasema tunamsaidia tu na ajui, you know, because hiyo hawezi manage hiyo mashini mpya. No, it's not possible. You can't put an old oil diesel into a new Mercedes. It will not work.
Me, I saw the moment I saw Ruto kwa hiyo maombi nikasema ameanza tena. So hii story yake ya kutuambia ati mara kutakuwa na rigging. We know he's planning rigging. That one he cannot tell us anything. Secondly, if he talks like that, lakini jamaa amekonda PK. Huwa anaenda nje, anarudi kama amekuwa pumped, then after a few 4 days I think your pump inapungua. Kunaendanga aje?
Kama ni US nasikianga citizens wakiwa na concern ya health ya Orezo huwa wanauliza, huwa wanajibiwa. I don't know.
Hapa wanaambiwa na ni mzee wake usiku, na saa zingine wanaambiwa wangu walienda kufanywa like, okay, they wouldn't talk about it, but sometimes they come out in the open to say what was going on.
Kama sasa hii katiba yetu inaturuhusu kujua health ya the head of state. I think so.
Yeah, you should tell us what's going on.
Hata when do you know head of state ame lose mind, amekuwa mwenda azimu, amepata dementia ama nini? How do you know? Na aendi atuambiwi.
Kumbe mko na mwenda.
Kumbe mko na mwenda na mjui vitu zile anasema, mnaanza kusema haya, kwani ni aje? Na ukisikiza yenyewe ni za mtu mwenda. Sasa saa hii kuna ile siku aliongea ile alipoanza kufurafura miguu akasema na ati ilikuwa ati akasema it was that alikuwa amekaa vibaya akapiga tizi nini, alikuwa anakula sijui diet nini, those kind of things. Sijui kwa nini watu huwa na nini na hiyo story ya kuficha kama ni una ailment ni natural, unless it is ile ya kujiletea.
And anybody can get sick, so he shouldn't make it like a big deal.
Yeah. Alafu hizo trips unajua, unaambua mtu ameenda ati conference fulani, hizo ni cover up.
Hizo ni cover up.
Cover up. Tunaenda conference ya housing sijui. Alafu hiyo speech unatoa ukisikiza ati collaboration mahali itatokea, it's a totally irrelevant thing. Yani sasa hebu niambie kitu kama affordable housing, una collaborate na kanchi kama hako, mnasaidiana kiaje? Kwanza nilijaribu kushikanisha hiyo pini ikakataa.
Kale kanchi Kenya asiji kanaiwa nini, those countries are called what? I couldn't even remember.
Sijui ni Wuhan something those
those countries they end up with Tan, Azerbaijan.
Those were the tiny Russia. Hiyo ndio ilikuanga United USSR. You know, it was those Estonia sijui nini ndio tuna combine zinakuwa Russia.
And those countries, they would have been better off with Russia. They became more miserable. What happened?
Yeah, they walifinywa kabisa. You are not allowed to excel, you know. You cannot excel if you are not with Russia. Hiyo unafinywa kabisa, hata kama whatever mineral is coming from your small kataine nini inafinywa, hata upate faida.
They became more miserable. At John is asking us a question, and I have a question for Julia and Stone because they could be old enough equally to Mezeka. And did you give did you guys hear of the first trials of boarding schools in Kenya? Matungulu Girls High School.
At Matungulu. That ilifanya nini?
Ati nani Yosef anasema ati John ndio alikuwa ring leader wa hiyo strike. The first strike.
Matungulu.
Ati they actually went to see Moi the dead of the night and actually made good change. Like Matungulu.
Yeah, there is such a school. Matungulu ni wapi? Ni ya Kambani ama ni Waluya?
Si ya Ukambani.
Matungulu, I think ni ya. How did they go to see Moi? While they walked to Moi? No.
No, after that, ati wakaenda wakuona Moi, wakapewa sijui nini.
Matungulu, by the way, Matungulu ni Ukambani. Siko bado?
Matungulu.
There's Matungulu girls or Matungulu something. Yeah, some of us are old enough. Wajue hivyo. When you are old enough ni inaitwaje ni blessing and wisdom. Some people would wish to be. Every year you see is a blessing and you should jubilate about it. It's a feather on your heart. You know, and especially when you are able to relate to some issues because of experience, it feels nice. When you tell people that you had the best time in school, it was never stress. Secondary school ilikuwa una time za kuandikiana barua, love letters. Wow, it was beautiful.
Yani we passed through all the stages of growth and development. Hatukuruka.
Yeah, kuna kuruka. Kwanza the moment tulikuwa tunapenda ni ile after studies mna time ya kuandika barua. Then you pick the best student wanakuja kuconstruct. Sasa hiyo kama sisi
inaandikwa mtu mmoja lakini inaandikwa na wasichana watatu ama wanne.
Ilikuwa communio, yani natoka ikiwa ni combination of brains bwana. Ilikuwa ni ile college zinaitwa tutorials. Sasa umeshikala watu kama watano bwana. Top. The romance that comes out of that, kijana akisoma anaanguka tu.
But when I think about you, I feel Paragasha.
My heart skips a beat, you know. And my love is as much as the sound of the sijui nini flowing from where.
You are my popo. You are just like my tomato.
Wow. Looking forward to music.
These young people never pass through that. Wameharakishwa, wanafundishwa, wanasomeshwa usiku. Mara kuna tuition usiku ya usiku, sijui ya asubuhi ya 5 a.m, sijui ya nini. They have been stressed. These young people have been stressed in school proper.
Very bad. Hata ukienda the music festivals when you are supposed to enjoy, unakuta hata hakuna raha. Kuna raha, extracurricular activities. You know, like when I talk to my last born who is in school, but I try to ask him, have you guys done this? Daddy, what are you talking about? Well, yani ninakuwa mimi ni foreigner. Na namuuliza, then what do you do in school? Mnafanya nini? What is it that you are doing? When you talk of clubs, mnafanya nini kwa hizo clubs? Zile vitu ananiambia mpaka unasikia kai. Alafu walimu now they are as misinformed as and inexperienced because they went through this very weak education system. They are not resourceful. They are not creative. You know, ile unajua sasa. You can only be creative if you are given that chance of exploration. That's how you become, you know. inakuwa ni shida.
I'm
I
telling
hope
you,
to reverse.
To reverse, we make schools fun. We make school where children want to go play. We tell children, play to your best. Watoto wa primary wote wanasoma mpaka saa 6. After that is play. Na wanakujua na wazazi. Kuna history ya watoto walikuwa nasoma nini? What is that so much that they need to read? Yeah?
Yeah. You wonder what that is.
Wazazi wanaitishwa sijui after school, sijui wanalipa nini, sijui wanalipa sijui tuition mpaka Saturday. Watoto wanasoma mpaka Saturday. Watoto wa primary wanasoma mpaka Saturday. What is this they are reading?
Ati na kureward walimu. Ati you changa to reward the best performing and all that. There are no other better ways of doing it.
There are schools that raise money to take teachers to Dubai. You are joking.
Yeah, better do like in Ndindi Nyoro. Use the state resources to reward them if you want. Transparently. Yeah, transparently. We use the taxpayers' money, yes. Inakuwa ni passed in the policy. Wonderful, no problem. Yeah, let's reward. Of course, because it's appreciating. Just like the way we have the 13th salary, some organization, salary number 13, end of year. There's a name they give. There's nothing wrong with that, but let it not be trying to strain the wazazi one. Yeah. So where did our man go?
That's another one. Jiru umeenda wapi? Unatuachia unaenda kupika ugali, unaenda kupika nini?
Ashakula. Maybe ameenda kulala. Ameenda kudoro. Kioni tumemaliza ama Kioni?
Kioni hata hajaongea, hakuna kitu amesema. Ni nini mbaya?
Weka basi hiyo ya nini ya Ebola ama
ya Ebola. Mjaongea maneno ya Ebola.
Tumeongea sana ya Ebola.
Yeah. Ebola.
And Ebola, we are told again, it's a disease that has no vaccine.
Yes.
Unapona tu kwa mapenzi yake Mwenyezi Mungu. And then we want to be the ones hosting tuwalete hapa kutoka huko Congo.
Yes. Or
Uganda. It will be the most, any governor who allows that quarantine to be within his or her boundaries must be held to account. We should be vigilant at the county level. Tusiruhusu hiyo kitu iwekwe kwa any county. Kama ni Nairobi, watu wa Nairobi ikikuja kwa area yote, sisi watu wa Nairobi, we should come out and protest and refuse it. If it's Nyandarua, we expect that the governor of Nyandarua will be vigilant enough and to call all of us to say that we do not want those kind of things within our county. Kwa sababu ni ngoja umeletewa mkufe. The Americans have all the facilities. They have the Guantanamo Bay where they take the terrorists.
Yeah.
Why would they just fly in and fly their people out? Hakuna kuweka hapa, ni wao. Hata walitoka kwa wakikuja hapa, haku wamekuja hapa wakaenda huko. Walienda huko direct. They should use their ability to, we saw them kidnap the Venezuelan president. We've seen them take out people very easily from other countries. Let them come and take their people and create that quarantine in their own country.
Why do you think Kenya is signing up for this?
Because somebody is being paid.
Wait, we want to sell.
I want to tell you, for that to happen, somebody will be paid. And they will make good money as you die.
How much money can you be paid to host Ebola patients, sincerely?
When your morals and your values are worked, you don't need a lot of money. That's the case. You don't need a lot of money. In any case, like you're asking, what is this money that you need to be paid to cause the death of another? Because bringing the Ebola people here, I mean, why are they bringing them to this country?
That's the question we Kenyans don't understand.
It must be that they think our leadership is kaput. There must be something wrong with our leadership. You remember, let me go back. You remember Obama, and I'm not saying this with any whatever. You know, Obama coming to tell us about issues of LGBTQ.
Yes.
And the answer that was given to him by Uhuru.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't tell us to think this as the issue that you have come to discuss with us. Sisi tuko na shida ya chakula. So why pick on us on this? It is doubting the quality of our leaders. And if this is the case, and it will be important for them to issue a statement before the end of the day.
Finance the old way. Finance the ramp way.
Well, I issued a statement yesterday.
Confirming.
Yes. Well, not really confirming, but saying the government is willing to work and negotiate on matters health. It was very broad-based, quote unquote.
Jesus Christ. My take is that if this happens, as we are fighting the finance bill, through whatever means Gen Z and everybody else would want to put on the table, we must include this. This we must reject as a country. We must reject it as a country. And political parties should have been out today saying no.
But we've not even seen Jubilee issue a statement.
I hope the Secretariat will do such.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, the most, what I find intriguing about this Ebola story is that when that ship came, the first one that where they discovered the patients had that was hanging in the ocean for a while, those patients from the US were taken to Germany because they say Germany is the only country that has ability to treat. Why would suddenly Trump change his mind to Kenya and not Germany, which has the resources?
Well, certainly because Germany is a developed country, US is a developed country, Kenyans are people struggling, and they have many other diseases. Ebola cannot be anything much. You know, it's just contempt.
Really now?
Yes, it's just being contemptuous of us. I mean, look at even the issues of COVID. How long did it take for us in Africa, Kenya, to get the vaccine? We were told, wait until we have finished vaccinating people in the US and other developed world. If that did not wake us up as leaders, I don't think anything will. Because kuna watu kwanza na wengine wafuate. So they can, as they are looking for vaccine, we can have the quarantine within us. Sisi tukikufa, maana yetu si haiko juu sana. Yes.
As Kenyans generally, and this is from me who's even also concerned, when we see the leadership of the country, and here in case being, say, the CS of health, because that's the person leading the ministry, doing such a thing, what is our sole responsibility and how do we fight it?
We lost Parliament. Sarah, all these problems is because we lost Parliament. Parliament is our first point of call.
Yeah.
Today, those in the opposition and the few sane ones in government will be on the floor with censure motions and everything that should move the government in the opposite direction. And I don't want to put too many things on this question, but when you saw Kenyans the other day say that we are going to protest the increase of fuel prices without any leadership, not a politician from the opposition or from government who offered that leadership. What are Kenyans saying? They have no faith with the people whom they have entrusted with representation, whether in government or in opposition. Because if the opposition was strong and present on the floor of the house, Kenyans will be saying, wacha tuone viongozi wetu watatusaidia kwa njia gani. But they have given up on that. And this is the other mistake that was done by the KK government. Dismantling the opposition instead of, growing it. brings us to the level where now Kenyans themselves take it upon themselves to do the protests. Because there before, for those of us who have gone through this journey, would be waiting for the following day to see a motion on the floor. When we had Akina Kibaki as the chairman of opposition, Uhuru the leader of opposition, the following day, the House was, there would be, we would have a suspension of normal business for us to discuss these issues. Leo, it is you wait for them to come back from recess. You don't even know whether they are in recess when they are on the floor, instead of telling us things that can help us. Naona wanaanza kubishana mambo ya Arsenal, Manchester United. It becomes a charade. It's a very, it doesn't help, it doesn't win the confidence of anybody. And that's why hapa tunaenda, hata hii mambo tunaenda ya uchaguzi. With all due respect, that is the name of that gentleman.
Yes, I have forgotten, but yes.
The gentleman, with all due respect.
Kaunda.
I know the Kauda suit or his name is Kauda. But that gentleman was leading this country for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeye alikuwa kiongozi wa Kenya hii for 2 days. He gave instructions without being seen, without being heard, and we obeyed. Tukakaa nyumbani, magari kakaa nyumbani. That is what is going. If we don't offer leadership, that's what is going to happen in 2027. And allow me to get there before I forget. If you attempted to drive out, which I did on the 2 days, and whenever I would be encountered by these young men wa roadblocks, ile walikuwa wanaweka, nilikuwa natoa sufuria. What we were talking about sufuria ni maneno. And I want to tell you, those who could recall would tell them, Peter, wewe Peter, ulituambia kitambo. That is what was the sufuria. This is the other scary thing. And that's why the security agencies needs to be called out. The young men would erect roadblocks, maximum 500 meters apart. And all those roadblocks were toll stations. Ilikuwa tu uwe na pesa, uwapatie, wakufungulie.
Yeah.
That means what? You have now created an opportunity for people to earn a living because they are idle. And they can easily form themselves into a group that becomes available. One, to the politicians, because that is now the trade in town. Whenever they want a group, those people become available. But worse than that is this happened from 1988 all the way to 1992. Within the Mount Kenya region, that is how the group called Mogeki was formed.
Okay.
The level of desperation, the collapse of the security agents created room for people to gang up together, form themselves into groups, and start extorting money from people. And you have no other thing to do other than to give money, because that they are the ones outside there, either to deal with you or to offer you security. So they take over. And that gangster culture can easily take over in this country. It is those 2 days. I was driving towards Nyeri, somewhere along the road. I don't want to put the police officers on the spot. When I found those roadblocks, and the young boys, and when I stopped very far away from that stop, walipiga magoti kwa barabara na kukaa namna hii. Tafadhali kuja, please. You could see they are actually begging you, just come, we are harmless. Kuja, tuachie kitu, uende.
Whoa, what's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be right back.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book share an app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care. Just built a I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
Is instructor compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
That now means, it is still, it got to a point where they were affecting the economic activities within that area.
Of course, yes.
If you are selling milk, you become a target because hauwezi pitisha maziwa yako, hauwezi enda. Na hii maziwa ulikuwa uuze na ndio imeandika wengine wao. So a collapse of the economic activity results because you lose it 2, 3, 4 days, you see that. So you are losing this security-wise, but even the local economies collapse.
Yes.
And because there is this gap, I want to call upon Kenyans ambao wanasikiza waanze kuja pamoja to deal with these issues before they get out of it. I'll tell you, you see, when we were in this level, there is one community that did this, and it became an example of how community can organize themselves. Later on, it mutated to something even better. The Karen Gata. They came together. They even put up a police station. They started thinking of how do we ensure that we, within this Karen Gata area, have security. And it became a thing, gated communities, and it's a thing that is being done by many people. Even within Nairobi, in your own estate, mumeweka askari pale ambao you keep paying kidogo kidogo. At least he helps in one way or another. In the rural areas, people must now come up together and start thinking of how do they then secure the economic activity. Because if they collapse, the whole community collapses. And we don't even need to go very far. I was told the other day, 2 days ago, Ethiopia are almost suffering from the same kind of scenario. We are told that the economic growth is at 9%. Sounds very nice. But it is economic growth within some specific towns. Outside the towns, the system collapses. They are being led by gangs. So if you have a person who has a car, you cannot even ever venture back into the rural areas. So you lose the rural area, the rural part of your country to these gangs. That's what I saw coming on Monday and Tuesday of the days we had those processes. Because
shall we not then be promoting gang lifestyle? No,
you try and stop it. You are not calling them to come and help you, but the people who can see beyond what we are talking about, the people who can see beyond what these young men are not really excited about, but they can end up being, needs to come together and start thinking of how do we protect this economic activity. Because even these young people rely on the economic activities that have been put together by the people in that neighborhood. It is only then that you also are able to help, even with the police officers, because askari wenyewe walikuwa wanasema hivi. Mheshimiwa, let me now tell you where the problem is. You see that one? Wale ni wameweka 5 road block pale. Nimetoka kufungua hiyo. Na ako kwa gari na hata amehakisha mataa. Akikimbia pande ile kufungua ile, hawa wako hapa wanaweka tena. Akikuja kwa wanaweka pale. So after a short while, they get also overwhelmed. The police officers have no capacity to deal with that kind of disorder in the country.
But then isn't it that we allowed the disorder because generally police should manage disorder? But for them to get
we have allowed the disorder by not paying attention to the people issues, which is what we were talking about the other day. Focus on the issues that were helping people. You remember the social support system, where we were talking about things like Edu Afya, Rida Mama. You take the road away from the people so that they can be able to have some sense of whatever economic activity they are engaged in. Today, mtu akibarua kule kwetu nyumbani analipa shilingi 300. I don't know whether you like it this way or this way. Na si mambo matatu, 300 shillings. Wewe ukiangalia hii 300 shillings, one is that you're not paying 300 because you have the capacity to pay more and you're refusing. This 300, yet this 300 umemlipa jamaa, yeye hana uwezo wa kutumia hii pesa akule, wafae, walipe school fees, waende hospitali, anything. No. Now, if you make a mistake of not giving that person that money that day, you have, really punished the family. And so even the day you are saying, leo sina kibarua, you can actually see it on the faces. Sasa amesema hana kibarua, tufanye nini? So, that's how this whole system is corrupting. And it is corrupting. And unfortunately is that even us in the opposition, though you are not expected perhaps to do anything, it's like we cannot be able to bring out these issues. Na Wakenya ndio wanaona, hata nyinyi, hebu tunawaangalia pale, ndio, with all due respect, becomes a very useful person that particular day. So we do not know who is it that is coming around to say again, with all due respect, nyinyi ambao mmekuwa pia, hata nyinyi hatutaki maneno yenu. Wacha tuangalie what we need to do. To ourselves. I think that is coming.
And it's unfortunate because it's things that people are going through. And you're mentioning, you had a Jubilee delegates meeting in Kiambu the other day. And the former president, fourth president Uhuru Kenyatta, was speaking about it, even warning the security system in terms of allowing this thing to degenerate. And something that also he warned was tribalism. And this is coming in line when we've had Hassan Omar, who's the SG for UDA, was speaking against the language of 41 against 1, in course speaking about land injustices and all this. Then when he's called out by several people, he comes again with another letter to the former president saying it was you we were addressing, not the Mount Kenya communities.
Nothing new. Nothing new. Hassan Mara did the same thing. Same statements, 2007, 2008, those crashes we had. If you go through his history, he's just doing what he has done before. That time he was in the Kenya National Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
So Hassan, even when we were doing the NADICO report, because he was one of the people representing KK, I mean, we had run-ons with him because he has, that's his DNA. But it is also how many people were rehabilitated by KK who had some very suspicious behavior, character, utterances while they were putting their act together of a political unit. Very many. How many cases were done away with in the courts so that people could be given opportunities to work, to serve in the current government? All those cases were termed to have been politically motivated or instigated by the previous regime. So now we can see the same people doing the same things they did some 15 years ago. And we ended up with 1,300 people being killed, majority of them from the mountain. So that doesn't scare me. It is, and again, the fact that it was said in the presence of the leadership of the country.
Yeah.
and there is no reprimand that comes, then it's a problem. I'll tell you what happened in that almost the same day I was in Kajiado, Ukonamanga, and the PA for Memusi. When I was starting to speak, he said a couple of things. Na akanipatia microphone. The first thing I did was to tell him, mimi sikujui, lakini mambo nimesikia umeongea kwa hii microphone, si mambo unaongea mbele ya watu. And I was among the Maasais, that's not a Mount Kenya place. Si mambo unaongea mbele ya watu. Na mimi, uzoefu wangu wa siasa, I cannot allow you to get away with this. Yes, I may be a visitor here, but I demand some respect. You don't address people that way. So when you take a microphone and somebody has just insulted others, just before the microphone is handed to you, and you continue like you are taking a cup of porridge with him, you are part of those insults. And that's unfortunate thing about the kind of leadership that we have in this country.
So why do you think the president didn't call him out?
I mean, ni mfanyikazi wake.
But you call out your people when they...
He has to tell us why he would want to be associated with the statements that landed him in the ICC in the first place, he himself as the president. Because those are the utterances that got him to the ICC when we had this ICC maneno. It started that way. And I believe that is why the head of state, former, was going to the security agents. You know what you also went through as security agents. Because they were witnesses all over.
Yeah.
What did you do? Because that responsibility doesn't stop with the politician. Even you have a constitutional mandate to take care of us as a country. And you are the one in charge of police, inspector of police, whatever it is, in charge of EACC. All these institutions, they will also be called to account for what did you do, because you have also that mandate. That's the message I think that was being sent. And it is not going to be the same thing as before. But something else that you need to pick from there is one, is unlike when he said it almost 20 years ago, because he said the same things, among others.
I think those of us who were not old enough back then need to refresh and...
Yeah. If you go online side, utaona kitupatia the same onyo. Same onyo alitupatia kwa Mombasa.
I built a Wix website overnight, and it helped launch my career as a sketch artist. There's beauty in everything, and being there firsthand is, of course, the best way to experience it. As a reportage illustrator, my art unfolds in real time. So my website needs to showcase the kinetic energy behind this craft. I draw fast, and my site keeps up.
When I got rear-ended riding my motorcycle, a Nasapula law firm got me my check for $475,000. Thanks, Akeem.
Call 1-800-ALL-7s, and you can talk to a real person 24 hours a day, and we can get started in your case right away.
The condemnation that came this time loud didn't come 15 years ago. The Mount Kenya community that time was not brave enough to tell somebody, go to hell. That has been done across. So those who hamper those kind of primitive thinking needs to know that the country has moved on. You cannot survive on those kind of politics. And I am happy that he was called out by even ordinary people. Na watu wakamwambia, hebu tuambie unafikiria utaenda wapi? Because hakuna pahali unaambia, you are out of this world. These young boys who are putting roadblocks on the road, what do they have to lose?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. So you don't play around with that kind of situation in the country. So when you see that in Mombasa or wherever, I think you are speaking kwa watu pale, and Joho is as guilty as Hassan Omar. He was right behind Hassan Omar. He was there. He never said anything. I really, any respect I had for some of these individuals completely evaporated. But our problem becomes bigger than that. because we now were able to quickly focus on what Hassan Omar was saying.
Yeah.
Which was very needed to be condemned by everybody. We lost focus on the fuel, the cost of living that has gone up. Yes, we were completely taken from there. And in Kajiado, I called on, we were with Paris and Memusi, and I told them, go as colleagues to these people and tell them that is not right. They condemned them also there. So the interesting political scenario is this. You see, the starting of the falling out with this government was demonstrated through the demonstrations with Raila, but then he walked over and kind of sanitized when he went to the broad-based thing.
Yeah.
The Gen Z came and said, we still don't like what is happening. They came and said, we are rejecting, and they went into parliament and they were killed. So we had rejected the totality of parliament.
Yeah.
As Kenyans.
Yes.
Ilikuwa hawezi kuja. You remember?
Yeah.
I want to tell you where we are going to make a mistake. Then the impeachment of Gachagua came. Some voted, others did not. Those who did not got an opportunity to be sanitized. Yes? And now they have a foreign in this country.
Yes.
We've forgotten that they actually sold us through the finance bill.
Yes.
So the ones that are now horrible are the ones who impeached Gachagua. And I'm just, creating this picture.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything against anybody, so that nobody wakes up to insult me again.
Well, they might.
Now, we now have this Hassan Omar. And if you notice, one thing that has happened, the call to resign has come from within UDA.
Yes.
So they are all up, and you must commend them for it, because that courage is something else. But you must commend them. They have come together. I saw the ladies from Mount Kenya, led by Faith and others. They have come together and condemned Hassan Omar.
Yeah.
The same way, those who impeached Gachagua are also condemning Hassan Omar. And the same way, those of us in the opposition are also condemning Hassan Omar. So that now you can see the unity of, because we are threatened, we have come together. This is a good thing. The thing about it is that sisi about tunapiga kula, we are actually going to forget the past sins of these people, and forget ule mwenye alikuza kwa finance bill ndio huyu.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
We have a short memory as Kenya.
And we will end up with the same scenario come 2027.
With bad leadership.
The difference is going to be zero.
There's
and this is the thing about politics. So I'm not condemning any of them. I'm just admiring the mutation, the way politicians mutate. They recreate themselves very quickly. So they are recreating themselves, and something else will happen.
Let me ask, before we leave, what if this recreation is because they have wanted to exit UDA, and then Hassan became the right reason? Because maybe the ground is hostile politically.
That's a good thing. And I know I am not being very kind to them. But you see, it is they exit UDA and go where?
They'll come to Jubilee and DCP and
so
other
why
parties.
Why do they go to Jubilee, DCP, Wiper, and other places?
Interests again.
To get elected.
Yes.
So the bottom line here now, it is not the interest of you.
Yes. As a Kenyan, yes.
It is personal interest and personal survival.
Yeah.
Which is the case with those in power and those outside of power. Sasa Wakenya hapa ndio hii kitu ya huyu mzee ambayo anasema with all due respect, inaweza kuja uone watu wamesema with all due respect, hebu mkae kado. Hii sasa ni kukoroga uji kwa kikombe.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page, ready for business. Plug in what you need, connect to payments, sync calendars, and voila, watch notifications fly in. Sales, bookings, the good kind of noise. Edit, well, everything. Drop-in motion libraries give your site more life, from header to footer. Every click tracked, every action visible. Connect your domain, so it's officially yours. And as you grow bigger, your site does too. Build what's in your head. Base 44.
When every penny counts, shouldn't your money work just as hard as you do? With a premium checking account from AllSouth, you could earn up to 4.59% APY. 30 times more than the national average interest checking rate. That's more money in your bank account each month. Start getting rewarded for your everyday banking. Easily open an account online or visit an AllSouth location today to start earning more. AllSouth Federal Credit Union, making the everyday possible.
The fact that I'm wearing a white t-shirt today, and yesterday I was wearing a red one, what difference does it make in terms of decision making? So what am I encouraging Kenyans to look at is now to look at the characters of people. Yeah. Angalia. Because you need to pay attention to the characters of individuals who can help us think outside the box. And I say that because when Kibaki was taking over from Moi, Kibaki had even worked with Moi. And at one point, he had even defended Moi. Mm-hmm. But you can see something that eventually came to help the country. Sasa hawa sisi itabidi tuanze kuangalia, kwa sababu hapa ni kukulana. Hii siasa imeingia hapa ni kukulana, and it is personal interest. I want to be elected. I am so happy that I'm not the Secretary General of Jubilee. I am actually not sure. So you've seen the calling for resignation of Hassan. I am not sure that given the environment that you are in, there are many Secretary Generals that are going to survive the level or the onslaught that is coming from the aspirants. Yeah. The demands aspirants have. Because hautanizuia mimi nichaguliwe kwa sababu ya your own position. Things. And I can also tell you, even party policy positions cannot stop my career. Yeah. People will keep moving all over. This is now the migration period for those who wants to be elected. And it is a time that where before we were waiting to be, to be courted as political parties, we are the one going out courting. Yeah. So you must be able to say, what do you stand for? Why, if I come to your party, am I going to be elected or am I going to lose? The winning is what is going to guide aspirants. So this condemning of Hassan Omar, that's where we came from. Yes. Is also guided by how do I survive 2027? Wacha nipige huyo. Kwa hivyo ukikaa kwa laini ya kutadikwa ndio wengine wapande utatadikwa vilivyo. And even the parties will also be sacrificed on this table. That table of where do I go? And it is not a crime. Even when you're looking at the presidential aspirants in the opposition, even in government, them also, they're looking for how can I be elected? So it's also personal interest first. And then you sit with many people around you. Now, unfortunately, we are not where we were 2007 and 2013, 17, and even 2022. So very tough decisions will be made. I can see Kenyans making some, if we continue the same way, this one of, with all due respect, could easily come your way. You could find people telling you, with all due respect, tunakuheshimu lakini hebu goja kidogo tuone kama tofauti inaweza patikana pale nyingine.
And with this, with all due respect, it's basically an economic fight. It's an economic liberation fight. And I remember even watching when Uhuru was speaking, he was saying you've gotten leaders in parliament or politicians who just go there and dance to the tune of whoever pays them. So, and parliament is supposed to be a representation house for our interests as Kenyans. So this economic liberation, are politicians understanding the pain that the public is going through? Because obviously we are in two different worlds.
I don't think we are actually in two different worlds, because even members of parliament and they also find them struggling one way or another. But it is a question of how do I survive these other 5 years? But there's something that the former head of state said. I think we've captured one of the things that was missed. His call to the security agents, which have dealt with.
Yes.
There's another thing that he said, and in the midst of the confusion that is everywhere, because all parties are going through the same kind of thing. I'm sure we missed that. He said something, and he was speaking to Kenyans. Alikuwa anasema, wewe ni rafiki yangu, na hakuna siku rafiki wetu tutakufa. Lakini kama ni mambo ya Wakenya na pahali tunataka kwenda kama Wakenya, sasa mimi sitaki mniite, nataka Wakenya wakuchague, alafu ukuje uwe rafiki yangu kutafuta suluhisho ya mashida za Wakenya. That was a profound statement, and he's speaking to everybody, those within Jubilee and across the country. And I hope people understood what he was telling Kenyans. Nyinyi hebu mchague kulingana na ile shida ambao umeona, na zile shida tumepitia, na tuko na viongozi ambao wanacheza dance kule bugeni wakiona pesa. Nyinyi mchague sasa watu, na wale mtachagua nyinyi wenyewe ndio watakuwa marafiki wangu kwa hiyo kazi. Lakini mwenye tumekuwa marafiki hapa tukikunywa porridge, sisemi atakuwa adui yangu, tutaendelea kukunywa porridge na yeye. That is a statement that people need, because people are saying Uhuru atuambie, Uhuru aongee, Uhuru aongee. Mimi nilimsikia akiongea sana hapo. And that statement is not just to members of parliament, members of the county government, governors and the senators and the others. It is also even to the top leadership, those who are seeking to become presidents. Wewe tafuta walaia wa kukubali. That statement to me cuts across. There will be need for people to sit together, and especially in the opposition, so that we can unify ourselves more, hopefully. But he's also trying to tell us, ebu mukubalike na Wakenya. Mukubalike na Wakenya. And it's not an idle statement, in my opinion. But since he said it, I hope I'm not misinterpreting what he was saying, because I was also listening to him there. Na ile kitu kingine kwa Kenya lazima wachunge sana, especially kwa ni fitina. You know, hiyo ni fitina ambayo ilikuwa inaleta kwa jamii moja. Hata fitina kwa mtu na ule mwingine. Wewe enda utafute kura. And I want to repeat what I said here before. As now a deputy party leader in Jubilee, it is such a position that I find
1 second you're tucking them in, the next your heart's racing.
The police are on their way.
Until you remember, you're protected.
I put curing hepatitis C on my today list.
Epclusa treats all types of chronic hepatitis C with a 98% cure rate. Epclusa is one pill once a day for 12 weeks. If you've had hepatitis B, it may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor. If you've had hepatitis B, liver or kidney problems, HIV, and all medicines and supplements you take, taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Most common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor about Epclusa today.
Useful to help, especially the young people who want to run. Because, and I have a team of them, though there are people who may want to dismantle them. I want to encourage them. I have a team of them. Wacheneni matusi. Wacheneni mambo ingine. Ongea Wakenya wakusikize, uko na kichwa ambayo inasema kitu. And I want to tell these young people who are listening, if you think that, don't confuse sycophancy with loyalty. Because I can see some young people now drifting into very serious levels of psychophancy. You almost become my sycophant. I want you to be heard by the people who you are going to read and you're going to look for votes for. And they are listening. We have been to churches, hata kama ukienda kwa kanisa lazima kuwe na harambee na tunaomba makanisa wapunguze harambee wakati yeah, because they're going to kill all these young people. I'm telling you, they're going to kill all this young generation. There's no Gen Z with the money to go and give in harambee. Even political parties extorting money from people coming for me to give you a certificate, you extort. That's another way of killing these young people.
Yeah.
Na wanataka wajue hawa vijana hakuna chama itawapatia pesa kwenda kufanya campaign. Kwa sababu pia hakuna chama is only UDA. And UDA is having its own difficulty. Wakenya wameikata. So it is important that we get young people. But we also want young people. I hate a young person coming around me who is a psychopath. Nataka kuona kuna kichwa kwa kichwa yako.
Yeah.
Sio kichwa tu imekuwa kama ni. Because that is what I think will be resonating with what who is saying. If I read, perhaps I will be beyond what he have said. Even our vijana wadogo, sio mtu tu mwenye anatembea na miguu. We want people who can say things. But now I also call upon the churches. Tafadhali punguzeni harambee. Kwa sababu these young people, whether you like it or not, all these aspirants, they will come to the churches.
Yeah.
It is one of the forums where people can see, even if you don't say anything. Mtu atakuja asome na nyinyi, lakini mambo kuja kanisa, nikiingia kanisa mara moja, unaonyeshwa, unaona ile fence, tuna kina mama, and then the chairman of the government committee is called very quickly to give a statement of the status of that development. Well, it doesn't mean that you go, you can't help, but again, you cannot be available unless XYZ. Kwa hivyo, he said that, and it is important that we hear it. I have listened to him a couple of times. Na ile inaleta shida tena ni kwamba kama sasa nikisema vile ninasema, nasikia wengine wanaanza vitina. Na mimi ninafurahi sababu I will say it. I am where I am because I listened to Kibaki. Kibaki held our hand, even if it was not personally. He held our hand. Alitushika tukikaa kwa boardroom. He made sure that you left with something new kwa kikako. Now he was already reminding us. I remember I was dealing with Mogeki there. An issue that I was even Michuki told me, young man, you want to kill your political career. Because I took the issue of Mogeki. And it's coming back. So when you hear me talking about these gangs, I saw it. I took it to Bunge. And I brought those young guys then. Of course, hii ni wazee. Usidanganywe ya kwamba kuna mtu Mogeki wa siku yako. Ati yako kijana. Wote ni wazee zaidi ya miaka yako mara tatu. Now we brought them into Parliament for them to come and say, they cried inside room 8 of Parliament. Because they said, we never knew or thought that somebody could think of us and see the value in sisi vinyangalika tukuje tuongee kwa bunge. And we codified that thing. It gave us an act of Parliament that helped us deal with the Mogeki then. When I was dealing with that thing, I had a lot of counsel from Kibaki. Directly, indirectly. Nasema, Your Excellency, nataka kuja kuona kwa maneno. Nasema hapana, mwambie aendelee na hiyo kazi anafanya, lakini asikuje kuniona. Sababu hiyo kazi itaharibika. Itaonekana kama ni kazi ya Wakikuyu. Lakini ni kazi ya Wakenya rika yote hiyo yote. Atengeneze ile anatengeneza. And we did it.
Yeah.
I mean, so when some of us sit, and I must say that we are now looking at those things. You know why? If you ask me, I don't know where we are going to be 2032. Like in 2032, we will have to play a different game because we are not retiring.
You're not?
I'm not retiring.
What if they decide to retire?
That's okay. That's fine. But I'm not retiring. You know, you start by retiring yourself. Like,
mentally.
Yeah, you retire yourself mentally. Certainly, there are a couple of things that we still think can be done. And they need to be done. Even they need to be done. And hii ya 2027 ninaona Wakenya wakisema with all due respect.
With all due respect.
Sasa naona kama pia watu waanze kujipanga na hiyo 2030. Two. Yes. Na tutajipanga naye.
It's interesting that maybe you're communicating without, maybe I'm reading too much. Do you want to become president of Kenya? We might see President Jeremiah Kioni.
Why not?
Oh.
By the way, you know, anyway, I learned with Musalia.
Yes.
And I can tell you when somebody is a serious presidential candidate, a serious campaign.
This experience with Akeem Law Firm has been amazing. Just know they're going to do their job. Be patient with them, work with them, and they'll get the job done.
This month started as a sketch in a notebook. Now it has its own website. Acting on your curiosity feels like a way to bend reality. Its harmony works the same way. You just describe an idea to Aria, works as a website agent, like you're brainstorming out loud. And then it becomes real. From there, you can take on the reins, adjust it as you like. Because all the ideas you have should have a place in the world. Whether it's clay or whatever you're dreaming up, it all starts the same way. From your mind to your online space, this is a new way to create a website.
We learn, and we got votes from across the country. We were not proposed candidates. We went to the point where we had our names on the ballot. And I respect Musa for that. He picked me as his running. I was a very young person.
But many people question whether you voted for him.
They can do that because that is the nature of Kenyans.
Did you vote for him?
I have said that the other time when I was here. I'm saying the same now.
So it was a rumor that police station didn't have his vote.
It is not. It's not what you call a rumor, but it is political engineering. How can we hold this guy back? He seems to be wanting to move very quickly. People who are not happy with my having been picked that early. Just like the people who are not happy that I rescued Jubilee from being swallowed. Yeah, and even kawaida siasa.
Okay.
And I want to repeat again. Yes, kuna kitu tunajua. We learned with William Ruto. We were involved in presidential debates. Myself, Kalonzo Musyoka, William Ruto, and among others. Ya kutafuta, what do these vice presidents believe in? It has not happened again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we should try it this year also.
I don't think it will happen again. We were at a different standard then. The standard at foreign scenes. If it had happened in 2017 or thereabout, a couple of, I am sure some of the many individuals we see swinging around would have been taken care of. But those kind of standards, the standards are much lower now.
The standards are low. Every time former president speaks, there's always reactions, obviously, because of the position he holds and the influence. But he promised that he's going to be more available politically. Should Uhuru keep quiet or should he keep
No,
talking?
he should not keep quiet. He has a constitution. He is a Kenyan first and foremost, who is seeing what is happening around him. He has a voice. He should use it on behalf of Kenyans, even if he's not a practicing politician. He should use it the way he thinks he should use it. He is wiser than all of us, many of us. People should allow him to do that. We try to provide that in the constitution so that nobody's right is curtailed. A law was passed which has not been challenged, but it is still bad law because it is unconstitutional, trying to curtail the rights of a former head of state. But if the opposition, again, this is something that we will be bashed for, but we are used to being bashed. If the opposition was up to the task, the need for President Uhuru to come intervening on behalf of Kenyans will not be there.
So you're saying opposition has failed?
Go back to 2013, 2017, and even when Kibaki was there. Raila used to fill in that gap. He would speak and Kenyans would be feeling, yes, somebody is speaking on our behalf. That voice is lacking. That's why when he speaks, he seems to be taking over the law of others. So it is not, it's us. Maybe we also need more room. It is us who are not speaking on behalf of Kenyans to take the road away from him. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's that I take it. Sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu we should be dealing with these issues in a more aggressive manner. Though sometimes when you become too aggressive, you also gag it. You remember, I was one time, I said not long time ago, I don't think it's in this document now. I said, mobilizing, we in the opposition, mobilizing ourselves on a tribal basis, regional